Good evening, and welcome to the City Council and Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority Special Session Meeting of September 3rd, 2024. The chamber is at capacity, and there is more seating out in the lobby. So if you cannot find a chair, please take one out there, and please keep the fire exits open so we can make sure we get out. Madam Clerk, would you call a roll, please?
Councilmember Ball. Present. Councilmember Peacock.
Here.
Councilmember Montoya.
Here.
Councilmember Grant. Councilmember Nash.
Here.
Councilmember Hinkle.
Here.
Councilmember Holman.
Here.
Councilmember Dixon.
Here.
Mayor Heikkila.
I am here. Would you all please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. First item is on the consent docket. This item is placed on the agenda so that City Council, by unanimous consent, can designate those routine agenda items that they wish to be approved or acknowledged by one motion. If any item proposed does not meet with approval from all council members, then that item will be heard in regular order. Staff recommends that items 1 and 2 be placed on the consent docket. I need a motion to place items 1 and 2 on the consent docket.
So moved.
I have a motion and second. The motion on the floor is place items 1 and 2 on the consent docket. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to place items 1 and 2 on the consent docket passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. I need a motion to approve the consent docket.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion and second. Are there any comments from council regarding any item on the consent docket? Hearing none. Motion on the floor is to approve the consent docket. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to approve the consent docket passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Next item is public hearing. Before we begin the next item, we have a lot of people registered to speak this evening. We want to give everyone the opportunity to ask questions. Under the Local Development Act, the first night, tonight's public hearing is to provide information and allow the public to ask questions and provide answers to the questions. As a result, I ask that you do not repeat questions previously asked and answered. Second public hearing on September 17th, 2024 will be for comments to show support or objection. When your name is called tonight, if you do not have a question, please let the clerk know, and we will remove your name. Additionally, I want to remind everyone of a few of our house rules. Please treat people with respect. Members of the audience should refrain from outbursts or clapping. Please focus on the issue. Please be concise and brief, and please take conversations outside the chamber. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes to ask questions. There'll be no yielding of time to one another, and questions will be asked following each speaker. Item 3, conducting and closing the first public hearing for consideration of approval, rejection, amendment, and/or postponement of the Rock Creek Entertainment District Project Plan and its proposed increment district number 4 and Norman, a sales tax increment district and increment district number 5, City of Norman ad valorem increment district. I need a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved. Second.
A motion and second. Motion on the floor is to open the public hearing. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast, passes unanimously. The public hearing is now open.
Thank you, ma'am. Recognize Ms. Kathy O'Connor to make a presentation.
Thank you. My name is Kathy O'Connor. I am with the Coalign Group. I've been retained by the city to assist with the process to create the new tax increment district. Can we go to the next? Do I drive this? Okay. Okay, so this presentation has been put together to give you all a little bit of background about what tax increment financing is and how it works in the state of Oklahoma. I'm sure most of you have seen a presentation like this before or are familiar with it, but I hope that it provides a good overview of how tax increment financing works in the state of Oklahoma. So tax increment financing is authorized under the Oklahoma Constitution in Article 10, Section 6C. It's established pursuant to the Local Development Act, which is in Title 62 of the Oklahoma State Statutes. It provides for the apportionment of the increment of tax revenues generated within the district to finance certain identified project costs. It can be created for up to a full 25 fiscal years. TIF is designed to be an economic development tool used to incentivize capital investment in underdeveloped or undeveloped property to enhance the tax base and increase employment opportunities within the city. And the TIF district is created by a city ordinance following the completion of the TIF process. TIF districts can only be established in areas that are at least one of the following. A reinvestment area, which is an area that requires public improvements to reverse economic stagnation or decline, to serve as a catalyst for retaining or expanding employment, to attract major investment in the area, to preserve or enhance the tax base, or in which 50% or more of the structures in the area are at least 35 years old. It may include, but is not limited to, an area that is blighted as defined in the Urban Renewal Act, which is another part of the state statutes. They can also be created in a historic preservation area for an area or a structure that's listed or nominated to the National Register of Historic Places or subject to historic preservation zoning, or in an enterprise area within a state or federally designated enterprise zone. Ad valorem taxes from the base assessed value, once the tax increment district is created, continue to go to the taxing entities like the school district and county government. The incremental taxes are used to fund eligible project costs that are laid out in the project plan, which can include land acquisition, infrastructure, parking, financing, and assistance in development finance. Tax increment districts can include property taxes, sales taxes, and hotel, motel taxes as well. And it's important to remember that tax increment districts do not impose new taxes or change the tax rates within the district. This is an example that we use of kind of the basic TIF model of how the revenues are generated. And this one is specifically for ad valorem revenues. So when the district is created by adoption of the ordinance by City Council, the existing tax base is calculated, and that becomes the base assessed value. Those existing taxes continue to go to the taxing entities for the lifetime of the TIF district. The darker green piece of this exhibit are the incremental taxes. These are the taxes that are over the existing tax base that were generated from incremental increases in value to property within the district. And they are apportioned to the TIF district to pay budgeted project costs. At the end of the 25-year time period of the TIF district, the new tax base, all of the new tax base goes to the taxing jurisdictions within the area. So what are some of the reasons to create a tax increment district? The first one is to attract major investment to the area. It can serve as a catalyst for creating new jobs and to retain existing jobs. You can promote economic development to increase tax revenues, raise property values, and improve economic stability in the area. Can also use tax increment finance to make possible investment and economic development and growth, which would otherwise be difficult or impossible without the assistance provided by TIF. The next part of the presentation talks a little bit about what is the process to create a TIF district. And I think that the thing to remember about the process is that the taxing jurisdictions participate in the process and that it is a very public process. The first step in the process is to create what's called a project plan, which is what your staff and legal counsel have been doing for the past several months. Then there is the review committee part of the process, the planning commission, the 2 public hearings at city council, and finally a council vote. We'll go into that in a little bit more detail. So the first part of the process is to create the TIF review committee. And this is the statutory review committee that is created to consider the project plan and make a recommendation to the city council. And this is a quote basically from the state statutes. The review committee shall consider and determine whether the proposed plan will have a financial impact on any taxing jurisdictions and business activities within the proposed district and report findings to the council. The review committee in this case has met and has made a recommendation to the city council. The next step in the process is for the planning commission to review and make recommendations about the project plan to the city council. So they also determine conformance with the city's comprehensive plan on which the city council can rely. And the planning commission made its recommendation to city council on June 13th, 2024. The project plan is then approved or considered for approval by the city council. 2 public hearings are held. The first public hearing, which is the one held tonight, is to provide information and answer questions. And then the second hearing, which will be held on September 17th, is an opportunity to express opinions and comments on the proposal. So some of the requirements of the project plan, which is what the council will consider and finally adopt by ordinance, include the boundaries of the district. It includes a map where the increment will be collected and a project area of where the increment can be spent. It includes a general description of public improvements, private investment, and estimated public revenues that are generated in the TIF district. It can typically include things like a method of financing, sources of the financing, and a time frame. It also includes a list of authorized project costs, maps showing the existing uses and conditions within the district and proposed improvements, proposed changes in zoning, the master plan, or city ordinances that are needed. So typically there's a zoning map that's included. Authorizations for public entities to carry out the project plan and name of the person in charge of implementation. So you will name a public entity to carry out the plan and a specific person. Some other considerations to take into advisement on the creation of TIF districts is that we advise to carefully develop the district boundaries to make sure that it includes properties that will increase in value and ensure agreements are in place or will be put in place that obligate specific projects or developments. Again, the project plan is not a contract. They are set up to apportion increment and authorize costs for that apportioned increment. The project area can be larger or the same size as an increment area. In many cases, you'll make the project area larger, especially if you have infrastructure improvements that need to be made through the TIF revenues. And the project plan can include more than one increment area. Each increment area can be initiated at different times or different dates, but must be activated within 10 years of the adoption of the project plan by City Council. Other considerations to be considered are the inclusion of incremental sales tax revenues. The project plan that you consider tonight does have the inclusion of sales tax revenues. When a city includes sales tax revenues as a part of the project plan, it allows for the use of the Leverage Act and demonstrates that the city is also willing to allocate revenues to support the project costs. The Leverage Act is authorized under the Local Development and Enterprise Zone Incentive Leverage Act, and again, it can only be used in a TIF district. It allows cities to capture a portion of the state sales tax. It's basically a matching mechanism, and the project must prove a benefit to the state in increased taxes, and that's a separate process that is taken under the State Department of Commerce. The proposed Rock Creek Entertainment District Project Plan. This is the project plan that is presented to you this evening. The anticipated development in the project plan is about $1.1 billion in total investment that includes residential, retail, office, commercial, entertainment or arena space, parking garage, and hotel developments, along with a festival plaza and related other public improvements. The arena project is considered the anchor for the development. The project plan does propose 2 tax increment districts for up to the 25 fiscal years. The first increment district would be Norman Increment District Number 4, which would be a sales tax district collecting the non-dedicated and capital improvement sales taxes, so 3%, generated by the project starting May 1st, 2025. And then the second district would be Increment District Number 5, an ad valorem district collecting 100% of the ad valorem taxes generated by the project starting in 12/31/26. So there's an increment district for the sales taxes that will start before the increment district for the ad valorem taxes. The authorized project costs are up to $600 million, primarily as assistance in development finance. And the estimated total increment revenues are about $540 million, not including the potential Leverage Act matching payments that are anticipated. The objectives of the plan are to retain and expand employment, attract major investment in the area, and reverse stagnation, to preserve and enhance the tax base, and to stimulate private commitments to invest and reinvest in the area. This is the map of the project area that's included in the map. This is the boundary map for the TIF district. And so in the project plan, what are the identified project costs? The assistance in development finance, again, is the major component of the project costs that have been identified. So 100% of the increment generated annually in TIF 4 and 5, less administrative costs, up to the lesser of the amount necessary to finance $230 million in private development and public infrastructure costs, or $600 million. The Leverage Act payments would be applied to the $230 million in financing, reducing the need for TIF revenues. The costs would be provided, the funding would be provided through a separate development agreement between the developers, the city, the Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority, obligating the project's development, and is anticipated to be considered concurrently with the project plan. At the next meeting, I believe you will be presented with an economic development agreement. It's intended to partially reimburse the project developers for costs incurred in the construction of a new arena and parking garage components of the project. The developers would be on the hook for all of the upfront costs and anything not reimbursed through the TIF. So neither the city nor the Tax Increment Financing Authority would issue any debt or make any revenue or collateral pledges to the project financier. The project costs also include administrative and implementation costs to cover the cost of staff, 2% of the TIF 5 ad valorem increment revenues limited to $200,000 annually, and up to $5 million over the 25 years of the TIF district. The projected TIF revenues, it is estimated that there will be $151 million in aggregate sales tax and use tax revenues in TIF 4, and an estimated $389 million in aggregate ad valorem revenues in TIF 5. And though they are not TIF revenues, the Leverage Act payments are estimated to be up to about $151 million. Oversight of the TIF, again, the project plan has to say who's in charge of implementing the project plan. In this case, the city manager is listed as the person in charge of implementation, and the city and the Tax Increment Financing Authority will approve any public agreements with the developer as appropriate. Assistance in development financing for the developer will be made again pursuant to an economic development agreement that is approved by the city and the Tax Increment Financing Authority, separate from the approval process of the project plan. Expected impacts of the project. There's also reports from the Oklahoma Department of Commerce and Hunden Partners that have been prepared and provided to different entities through the process. The impacts on the taxing entities are anticipated to be an increase in population and students and associated needs for capital infrastructure and service demands. There will be new office and commercial development that will increase employment opportunities. Destination experiences will attract increased visitors to and recaptured spending within the city. And the ancillary development outside of the TIF districts may generate additional revenue and local GDP. Expected impacts of the project to be continued from the Hunden report and the Department of Commerce report. The city tax revenues that are generated within the district over 25 years that will not be pledged to project costs, about $23.2 million for the Public Safety Fund, $3.3 million to the Norman Forward Fund. That sales tax does sunset in 2030. $5.8 million in Public Transit Fund, and $8 million in guest room tax revenues. Not all of these revenues will be necessarily new to the city, but they are the ones that are identified as being generated within the project plan area. The sales tax increment generation over 25 years, again, from these reports, is estimated to be between 138 and 170 million, and the ad valorem increment of 310 to 482 million. Additional analysis was performed by HVS at the request of the city to determine further impacts on the city's sales tax. The non-dedicated sales taxes expected to be generated within the project over 25 years, they have projected at 104.8 million to 154 million. And I want to point out that the projects, the total projects that were analyzed by some of these reports vary to some extent. The HVS report only looks at the development that's to be undertaken by the OU Foundation. So the other reports may have included additional development outside of the property that is under the control of the foundation. New to Norman sales tax from the project area over 25 years is estimated at 58.9 to 81 million. And upon stabilization, approximately 53% of the sales occurring in the district would have occurred in other parts of Norman. 47% of the sales within the district represent new revenue. And looking at 2031 as a stabilized year, a loss to the general fund is estimated to occur of 1.26 million, and annually after that. The other part of the process for this TIF project would be that the city would also enter into an economic development agreement. And again, this is a separate document, and in many other cities, typically a very separate process from the approval of a project plan. So the adoption of the project plan is a legislative act that's undertaken by the city council by the adoption of an ordinance, and it does not represent a contract. Assistance in development financing funds must have a development agreement authorizing their expenditure and setting forth the commitment. So that's what the economic development agreement will do. Staff and outside counsel have been working on the economic development agreement for several months with the property owner. The following slides outline the primary terms of a draft economic development agreement that is currently under negotiation. The city will be seeking final agreement in advance of the September 17th, 2024 council meeting through the negotiations with the developer. So one of the things that we wanted to do tonight in this presentation was to address some issues that were brought out in a memo dated June 28th from the city's legal staff. The first issue that was identified was an obligation to do a specific and defined project. The specific project description for the OU Foundation-owned land has been defined, and the construction timeline has been addressed. They still are negotiating some of the council concerns and requests that were outlined as a part of that project description. The second issue was the obligation for the commitment for the development needs to be with a specific party. And the move to a multi-party agreement, including new county trust, resolves the issue because the components of the project are obligated, including cross-consideration and obligations between enforceable and enforceable by all the parties. So the issue about having an agreement with a specific party has been addressed and clarified, some of which has been addressed through this multi-party agreement that includes a new county trust. Issue 3 was assistance provided for the project as a whole. The assistance that is addressed in the project plan and in the economic development agreement will be contractual on a pay-as-you-go structure only, dependent upon completion of the entire OU Foundation project, with acknowledgement of a mutual need for the anchor and mixed-use components to ensure that the other project components are completed. So again, the project is, and the obligations are pay-as-you-go, dependent upon the completion of the entire project. And the county trust is not given special rights, not tied to any of the obligations of all the development parties. To continue on the agreement structure, the parties will be the University North Park North LLC, the Cleveland County Recreational and Entertainment Facilities Authority, the City of Norman, and the Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority. There is a commitment to construct a $650 million multi-phase project, a mixed-use entertainment center and neighborhood consisting of 2 codependent parts. The first one is the Anchor Project, which is the 8,000-seat multi-purpose performance venue, sports arena, and 1,200-space parking garage. The second part is a mixed-use project, which includes a plaza, 140,000 square feet of retail and restaurant space, up to 180,000 square feet of Class A office space, a 150-room select service hotel, approximately 500 multifamily housing units, additional multifamily housing, and/or up to 177 medium-density housing units such as townhouses, and all the necessary public and private utilities and stormwater infrastructure that's required for the project. The cities and the tax increment financing authorities' obligations are to provide the lesser of an amount to secure $230 million in principal to be used towards the construction of the arena, 1,200 space parking garage, and necessary infrastructure, or up to $600 million in incremental sales tax and incremental ad valorem revenues, plus 100% of the Leverage Act funds for the payment of project costs to the County Convention Center Trust as assistance in development financing. The amount of incremental tax revenue that, and the Tax Increment Financing Authority can contribute is limited by the amount of increment that's generated, so that if the project doesn't happen or components of the project don't happen that don't generate, or that it doesn't generate the amount of increment that has been estimated, they won't get, there will be no money. I mean, those funds will not be available to be apportioned. There is a requirement that the city review the phasing plan and development plans and any other material changes to the project to collect and account for the incremental sales tax collections. The University North Park North, or the landowner's obligations for the mixed-use project, are to submit a phasing plan for review and approval, submit development plans for each phase of the mixed-use project, construct the mixed-use project in accordance with the phasing plan and development plan, but no later than December 31st, 2032. Dedicate up to 1,200 square feet for public art. Ensure property taxes are assessed and paid timely. Pilot payment in lieu of tax payments for property that would otherwise be tax exempt will also be required. And sales and use tax reporting, including construction and construction sales tax reporting, will also be required of the developer. And that is a necessary component for calculating the sales tax increment, but also for the Leverage Act process. The County Convention Center Trust, or I don't know what the county trust obligations for the arena include acquiring property for the arena and parking garage from the landowner to finance, construct, operate, and maintain the arena and parking garage, to provide financing and development plans to the Tax Increment Financing Authority, to begin construction no later than January 1st, 2026, and to be completed by December 31st, 2029. Progress reports have to be made to the Tax Increment Finance Authority. They have to ensure property taxes are assessed and paid timely, and that payment in lieu of tax payments are made on property that would otherwise be tax exempt, and sales and use tax reporting requirements. And that is the end of my presentation, and I will be glad to try to answer any questions.
Thank you, ma'am. This is an opportunity for members of the public to ask questions regarding this item. Questions should be directed to council only. Madam Clerk, who would you call for our first speaker?
I will just let you know, I'm going to call 3 names each time, so you can kind of be prepared when your name is coming up so that you can move in towards the microphone. The first speaker is Dan Munson.
There he is.
Second speaker will be Cynthia Rogers, and the third, Stephen Ellis.
Hi, I'm Dan Munson from Ward 6. The City of Norman's total operating budget is $273 million. The University of Oklahoma's total operating budget is $1.5 billion. The City of Norman typically receives less than $200,000 of in-kind donations per year. The University of Oklahoma received $110.3 million in-kind donations last year. Which budget is better equipped to purchase a new arena and garage? Will our current water supply in Ward 8 be sufficient for the new development? OU purchases around $750,000 of water from the City of Norman. Will we need to increase their rates to help pay for any expansions in the UNP? Fun fact, UT pays $4.3 million annually for water at their Austin campus. Will there be a need for additional public safety requirements as it pertains to fire, police, EMS because of this new development? Since the university is a major consumer of these services through MOUs, will we need to modify existing MOUs to help pay for those services? Why didn't the HVS report include the NCED hotel? NCED has 940 rooms, and it's the largest hotel in Norman. The 4 primary hotels listed on page 53 of the HVS report only represent 609 total rooms. More people are working from home. This negatively impacts the demand for office space in Norman. Is anyone calculating the reduced demand for office space post-pandemic? Thousands of people in Norman are using delivery services such as Amazon, Target, Walmart, Kroger, and Instacart. This has a negative impact on brick and mortar and retail spaces. Is anyone calculating the reduced demands of retail spaces in Norman? Will the city complete an evaluation of Love County? From 2010 to 2024, the impacts of building the WinStar Casino and the Lucas Oil Arena. This could provide valuable information for our proposed arena and entertainment district and help measure anticipated job creation. The total population of Love County grew by 747 people in 10 years. Cleveland County grew by almost 40,000 in that same period.
Cynthia, one moment. We were going to address the questions after each speaker. Does anyone want to address some of Mr. Munson's questions? I don't hear it anymore. You still hear it? Okay.
I'm Anthony Francisco, the Finance Director. I'll attempt to respond to some of Mr. Munson's questions. First, related to the water supply sufficiency, and yes, we do believe that Ward 8 and in particular the citywide water system is sufficient to meet the demand proposed in the Rock Creek Entertainment District. I do think it's a valid point about modifying the agreements for police and fire protection with the university, and that certainly will be pursued as we move forward. The NCED facility was included, but just remember that a lot of the rooms at NCED are not for public use. So when those facilities are used for postal service or other governmental functions, they would not be taxable income and were not considered in the HVS study. As for the market demands from working from home or retail demands that are reduced by deliveries and that sort of thing, yes, that is a concern that is considered citywide. I think that growth patterns as they have occurred over the recent years has certainly been taken into consideration in both the Hunden study and in the Department of Commerce study. I cannot say that the WinStar impact was considered. I know that the Hunden study considered several similar facilities, but I don't know that WinStar was one of them.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Cynthia Rogers. For the students in the house, I teach econ, principles of micro, so come take my class, it'll be fun. Ward 4 resident also. I have a whole bunch of questions. I know I have 3 minutes, so I'll email them to you afterwards, or I'll give you my messed up copy here. So it's well known that retail, sports, and entertainment venues tend to shift where consumer shopping happens. Instead of eating before a game downtown, Jane fan might end up eating fancy food at the new venue and buying her fan gear there too. The downtown shops lose their business, and the city budget loses out on the tax revenues that would have been collected downtown, but is diverted to the TIF fund instead. Estimates of the average annual hit to the city budget range, and these are based on the HVS study and the Hunden study, not my numbers, range from about 1.5 to 3 million annually on average for the life of the TIF. So as a city finance director, run the numbers. How can the city maintain its level of public service if it gives up so much revenue growth for the next 2 decades? I think this is, given our budget constraints and our growing expenditures over revenues, I think this is a key point for us to consider this displacement. Ms. O'Connor pointed out that the HVS plan is a lot smaller than the Hunden project plan in terms of multifamily housing. It only had 750 units. That's 47% fewer than the Hunden plan. Retail and restaurants were only at 140,000 square feet, about the size of a Walmart. That's about half of the Hunden plan. And the commercial office space was 68% less. And then in the presentation, I heard that the multifamily housing was only 500 units with median, I guess, townhouses. So the project plan throughout refers to the Hunden numbers. And it seems like there's a lot of inconsistency here on what the plan is and what we're getting for it. So the numbers aren't really adding up. The HVS study estimates tax revenues collected in the increment district will only be, I think it's 81 million, maybe it's 83, which is different than what we heard in the presentation. The key point here is that 70 million less than what the project plan says we would collect and need to collect in sales taxes to fund the project, which suggests that the project will be bankrupt, or we're estimating it to be, from the beginning. That's a really bad plan.
Rob Norman, you will follow Stephen Ellis, and Scott Martin after that.
Steve Ellis, Ward 4, and for the students in the room, I teach Introduction to Business Ethics, so if you want to take that class, you can also do that as well. So my first question is, what are we supposed to do when the speaker for the city from Coaline just got something wrong? So for example, she stated that that the ad valorem TIF doesn't increase taxes. Actually, every ad valorem TIF increases people's tax rates on the sinking funds that those TIFs take money out of, because you have to get a certain amount of money. If there are fewer people paying into them, the tax rate goes up. And also, I think she misstated the HBS sales tax increment. It's really only $81 million over 25 years. I've got this spreadsheet here if you want to look at it. It's pretty simple to calculate. So how's a knowledgeable citizen supposed to challenge those sorts of things? My main point, though, is actually getting into some of the weeds on the HBS and Hunden studies. So first of all, the city staff acknowledged, or the city speaker acknowledged, that we're going to have a hit to Norman's non-directed or general use sales taxes, but I'm not really sure everybody quite understands how that is done. So I was wondering if a city speaker could walk us through where that diversion comes from, and in particular why it's important that the net new percentage in the TIF would be relatively low. Also, it really seems that people don't understand, so I wonder if a city speaker would be willing to talk to the favorable assumptions that are guaranteed in both the HVS and Hunden studies. Both of them just assume a full build-out from the information they're given. Neither one of them predicts it. So I'd wonder whether or not the city believes those numbers, and if so, why. Also, I wonder whether or not the city is comfortable with the numbers used to calculate the net new calculations. Notice, especially like in the HBS study, the Hunden study, differ radically on the number of things that are going to happen at this new arena. The HBS study is much smaller, but it still is all stuff that could be currently happening at the Lloyd Noble Center and doesn't happen for some reason. So how we're going to get more at the smaller place is something that's been left unexplained that I hope somebody will address. And then finally, does the city staff really agree with the implicit assumption of both the Hunden and HBS studies that if there's no TIF, nothing is ever going to happen out there? That seems like it's pretty much a stretch, and that really makes the deal look worse for Norman when you realize. Thanks.
I will attempt to speak a little bit about the apportionment process. Dr. Ellis talked about, he said, where does the tax diversion come from? The word apportion is important to understand because basically what happens with sales tax is that over the course of the month, every retailer in town collects sales tax on behalf of the city, remits that sales tax to the State Tax Commission, who does the same thing for the state and everyone else in Oklahoma, and then remits back to the cities their portion of the collected sales tax. We in the finance department then track how much of those sales happened within an increment district, those incremental sales taxes, if you will, and the apportionment process is then just depositing those sales taxes to a separate fund, a TIF fund, instead of to the general fund or to the capital fund. So that's a simplification, but that is what in fact happens. So we are privy to the collections of individual businesses. Those individual businesses that are operating within their increment area are apportioned to those separate funds. And that's the simplified answer to where does the tax diversion come from. As far as our comfort with the assumptions, both in the HVS study and in the Hunden study, I guess the best thing that I can say is that I can shoot holes in the assumptions of any study. I'm really good at that. But am I comfortable with the assumptions that were made? Yes, I think they are as good as any assumptions that could be made given the questions to the Department of Commerce and to the Hunden consultants and to the HVS consultants. Some of those assumptions that I could question would make the take or the apportionment to the general fund more or less. So yes, you can make questions to the assumptions, but on balance, in my opinion, the assumptions that were made on those studies are as good as can be made. And I am confident and comfortable with the assumptions that were made, given that what we're talking about here is an educated guess or a sophisticated guess of what's going to be happening over the next 25 years if this development happens. Nobody knows, all right? But given the assumptions that were made, that yes can be questioned, are we comfortable with the findings that they made? And yes, we are.
Mr. Francisco, could you speak to the deed restrictions on the property north of Rock Creek and what would otherwise develop if not for a project like this?
There is a current restriction within the University North Park Plan Unit Development that requires a 90% approval from the retailers that are existing in University North Park before a retail development can happen in what we call the north half, the part of University North Park north of Rock Creek Road. that has been gained for this proposed development. It would need to be gained if there were to be any retail in any other proposed project. If that were not given, then there could be no retail development north of Rock Creek.
Mr. Norman? Scott Martin will follow Mr. Norman.
Rob Norman, Ward 3. Here we go. What does the publicly posted notice of this meeting, posted at least 24 hours in advance, say specifically about public comment? What did the publicly posted notice on the city website say today? Did the publicly posted notice of this hearing inform the public, at least 24 hours in advance, that public comments would have to be in the form of a question? If not, why not? Was information given to any council member earlier today that the procedure for speaking tonight is the same as it is for other council meetings? Does the city have an Open Meetings Act problem with tonight's meeting? Next, has there been any study of using alternative funding models instead of a TIF for the entertainment district, such as, for example, the Waco Baylor plan, where the TIF portion was only $20 million, not $600 million, used only for infrastructure purposes and not for the arena? What exactly was the Baylor-Waco plan published in the Hundren Report, which is attached to the project plan? Has there been any consideration of using a hotel-motel tax for this plan, such as what Oklahoma City has recently put to a vote of the people? Is there any consideration of using a bond issue for all or part of this plan, such as what Oklahoma City has and will continue to use to get its softball stadium ready for the NCAA tournament and the Olympics? If other alternative funding plans have been considered, what are they? If not, why not? Regarding the HVS report of a loss to the general fund of at least $1.2 million a year upon stabilization of the project, does a loss of money to the city's general fund amount to a negative impact on the city? If not, why not? Is the city considered a taxing jurisdiction under the Local Development Act? If not, why not? Was this $1.2 million per year negative impact to the general fund considered by the Statutory Review Committee? I'll supply that answer no, but you can answer it. If so, where in the project plan does that appear? If it doesn't appear, why not? That answer is that study wasn't done for the Statutory Review Committee. Given that, should this project plan be returned to the Statutory Review Committee to consider that negative impact to the city from the loss of general fund revenue? I have a million other questions, but I'm done for tonight.
Scott. Shelley Cox will follow Scott Martin.
Answers to the questions, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right.
Hello, I'm Emily Pomeroy, a lawyer with the Center for Economic Development Law. We've been engaged by City Council to help analyze the project, frame the project plan, and I want to try to address a couple of the legal questions that were raised there. One is related to the Open Meetings Act, and the city attorney may want to speak to this instead of me, but my understanding is that proper notice was given and it was clear in the public meeting section of the agenda that we were here to have a public hearing. And the statutory requirements say that the first public hearing is for the purpose of asking and answering questions. So that's why we're here today, and that's what we're trying to do. So the other question, related to the review committee, I wanted to try to address that because under the Local Development Act, the review committee is asked to consider whether there are impacts on the taxing jurisdictions and business activities because of the project. And the Hunden reports and the Department of Commerce reports were available to try to provide an analysis based on a series of assumptions, which Mr. Francisco spoke about. And they made their analysis based on those two reports. Just to be clear, to distinguish that from the HVS report, the reason why there are some inconsistencies, which has been spoken about from some prior commenters, are because the HVS report was focused on the development obligations that are being laid out in the Economic Development Agreement. So the Economic Development Agreement only relates to what the OU Foundation is obligated to do on property that it controls. The project plan, the Hunden reports, and the Department of Commerce reports spoke to the larger project area. I think it's clear that the OU Foundation does not own all of the project area. There are portions in the project area that the OU Foundation does not own. So those reports spoke to all the development that was contemplated, and that's why the numbers in the project plan, the numbers in the Hunden report are different than what is in the HVS report. The city asked for more information about what the obligations in the Economic Development Agreement would mean for sales taxes in the city. So that's why the HVS report is different. It is focused on those development obligations in the Economic Development Agreement. So just wanted to make that comment so that if there was any confusion about that. That's all I got.
There used to be a table mic here. That would have prevented me from having to jump up and down. Anyway, I want to speak to Mr. Norman's question about alternative sources of funding. Some of those were considered. The potential for a general obligation bond that would have to be voted on by the people was considered for portions of this proposal. The potential of a general obligation bond for the Weather Museum, for example, council discussed that recently. The timing of that is still in consideration. It still may be done. So yes, some of those potential alternative revenues were considered, but at this point in time, what has come before us is the TIF proposal.
All right, there was a question asked about the notice, specifically with regard to what it said about questions and answers. The public notice is required by 62 OS Section 859. The first public hearing is set forth in subsection B. Subsection B3 requires that your notice include a statement at the first public hearing shall be for information and question purposes only, with persons being given the opportunity to be heard at the second public hearing before any votes are taken. So that's the statutory requirement with regard to that notice. The notice that was published in the newspaper specifically says, and I'm looking at paragraph number 2, both public meetings will be held in the city council chambers at Norman City Hall, 201 West Gray, Norman, Oklahoma, 73069. The first public hearing will be 6:30 p.m. on September 3rd, 2024, and will be for the purpose of providing information, including an analysis of the potential positive or negative impacts and answering questions regarding the proposed project plan. So the notice that was actually published in the newspaper is consistent with the provision in Title 62 with regard to the first public hearing being for informational purposes and also for answering questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for providing this opportunity to ask a few questions. First off, has there ever been any sales or ad valorem taxes generated within the proposed 90-acre development? There was an insightful column in Sunday's paper written by Mr. Andy Rieger that talked about the history of this. And so I'm curious if any revenue has ever been generated off this land that would provide revenue for public safety, parks, schools, roads, and so forth and so on. Secondly, is it true it won't cost a citizen anything if they don't shop in this proposed development, attend events there, or own or lease any real estate there? Assuming so, I assume that the notion of a assessment is false. Third, has Norman ever had a private sector project of this size? Could you provide examples of similar projects in the state or region that might be of this caliber and scope? Lastly, Anthony, a little historic budget question for you. I go back to 2006, since that's when you and I last worked together. How much has the budget grown from 2006 to today? Within that time frame, we've had TIF number 2 and 3, so I'm just curious about the growth in that time frame as those 2 TIFs were added. Thank you.
You don't remember all those numbers you got?
But the first 3?
Potentially.
Shelley? Okay. Julie Sondag, excuse me. Mark Belmore will follow Julie, and Rick Sondag will follow Mark.
Julie Sondag, Ward 5. My question deals mainly with transparency. As a small business owner, I've managed to stay afloat, but barely, for 18 years in Norman. And I've watched as the city of Norman continues to cannibalize our areas of business. So Ed Noble Parkway, lots of empty spaces, Sooner Mall, our downtown shops. I just feel like we are continually overshadowed by corporate America, and it's just disappointing to me as a small business owner that Norman can't be more diverse. I want to know why we want to focus so much on corporate America coming to Norman rather than being an interesting, art-filled city that I know that we are. University Park promised us diversity, but I feel like now the city of Norman just looks like any other city when you exit off the highway and you just see a Chuck E. Cheese, a Kohl's, a Dollar Tree. So my question is really about transparency and how to make Norman stay unique.
Mark Belmer here. There he is.
Well, isn't this a barrel of fun? My name's Mark Belmer. I live in Ward 3. My wife and I live there. I've been here for 5 years. I'm here tonight because I have an interest in the city that I've chosen to live in being viable, not only for me, but for my kids and my grandkids who also live here. So I have a few questions, not too many. I guess my first question is, and I've read the study and been to a couple of these meetings, and I guess my first question is, are there any of these projects that have been built, whether it's an arena or an arena entertainment district, in any of the other cities in the Southwest and even in the Midwest where it involved the university writing a $300 million check for the arena? I think the answer is no, but I think that's an interesting question because when you read about the other projects, none of them have been done that way. So I live really close to where this is going to be built, and that land over there that it's going to be built on, to my knowledge, is vacant and has been vacant since dinosaurs were here. So I've not heard any plan for a short-term or medium-term or even long-term use of that land, and it was stated before that there are covenants around that. So my question real simply is there a plan to put anything there that will generate revenue for the city and for the citizens of Norman if this thing doesn't get done? I've been kind of confused. There seem to be a group of people that are pretty emotional and vocal about not wanting this plan to get done. And I've trying to figure out, is it the plan? Or is it, we just don't want anything to be built? If it's the plan, then my question is, where's an alternative plan from those folks? I'd like to see an alternative plan that's maybe different. And I haven't seen one. All I've seen is, no, we don't want to do this. TIFs are bad. Taxes are going to go up, which they're not. And a lot of FUD thrown around this stuff. So I'd like to see a different plan if there is a different plan to be had. You know, finally, I've heard the university talk about this, university leadership, and it seems pretty clear to me that this thing's going to get built one way or another. And so my question is, how is everybody going to feel if it gets built in Moore or Goldsby or somewhere else like that? Maybe some people are going to be okay with that. I can drive to Goldsby, I can drive to Moore, but I don't think that's very cool for our city for the long term. Thank you.
I can answer part of that question. Since it was about me.
Moving on to Rick Sondag.
Hi, I'm Rick Sondag. I'm in Ward 5. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm not an engineer, and I'm definitely not some big businessman. I don't ever pretend to be. I'm just a simple high school history teacher. And, but I do have a few questions. I'm still trying to wrap my head around why we need a new arena when we've got Lloyd Noble. I only go there for high school graduations. But if it's not a fully functioning venue for big events, what would one look like? And I think of the numbers. It seats just a little less than 11,000 people, and the one you're building is like 8,000. I don't see the math working on that one. And plus, we already have acres of concrete down there ready to park cars from a venue that's already existing to get people to and from there with ease. And also, it's easy for college students to get to activities there too. I just don't understand. I don't get it. So I'd like someone to explain that to me. I also want to know why the city doesn't want to go to the people more to feel more, to hear what we want to say. You know, why are we so opposed to that? My dad used to tell me, son, there are three types of people in this world. There are those who make things happen, those who watch things happen, and those who just later kind of wonder, what the hell just happened? And I don't want the people of Norman to be in that third category after this is built. Let us have a voice, you know? Don't you trust us? Let us have a voice.
Next name is Andrew Rosenow, followed by Greg Youngman and Alex Lampier.
Are you going to answer the questions first?
I think those were more hypothetical.
I'm sure you can come up with some answers. I don't want to step on his questions. I want to be respectful of his. So no answers?
No, go ahead.
Okay. It just means more. SEC schools like Texas and LSU pay for their arenas with private funds. Why isn't OU doing that? Is it because they can't or they won't? That's the plan we just heard referred. Do it the way SEC schools do. So why isn't OU paying for their arena? Did the city and staff meet with LSU, Texas, Austin, Baton Rouge, some of these other SEC cities and schools to ask how they got it done without taxpayer dollars? We heard the 628 memo referenced. Why was that never released to the citizens and or just mentioned until now? And it referenced a bunch of changes the developers made that were attempts to get out of obligations that had been publicly presented. So are there any other attempts by the developers to get out of obligations that we aren't aware of because the documents have not been released? Because we've heard the square footage and all of that changing as these negotiations go on in the economic package, shouldn't this go back to the Planning Commission so that they see the final layout of the district that's being proposed, not the potential layout of the district that's being proposed? The project plan doesn't have any numerical costs in it in the section under financial impacts. Why is that? Why is there not anything about, for instance, a $30 million elementary school if Norman Public Schools decides they need a new school to handle the additional people? And how does the city council plan to address the multi-million-dollar general fund shortfall that this creates? There's only two ways to do it. You cut services or you raise taxes. For a 25-year plan, you have to know what you're doing. We have a light rail system that looks like it might be coming soon someday. Please, I hope so. But if you're thinking about a 25-year project, transportation is important. How has the light rail line factored into this proposal? Has the city compared the cost of renovating the Lloyd Noble Center to this proposal? Since the citizens are paying the majority of this via the debt, shouldn't the citizens of the city get to decide where the arena is built? Do we have to take where OU wants to build it, or can we decide as the people paying the majority of the cost of this arena where it goes? And then finally, I'd like some clarity on the election. This council passed a resolution in June that promised the city of Norman an election. There was a stipulation done to the court that 2 election dates were not viable, but to the best of my knowledge, that election referendum, or the election resolution, is still valid for the city. Is this process meant to say that you are withdrawing your grant?
Rick, you want to answer?
Sure. The issue about the election is, under Oklahoma law, with regard to the Local Development Act, it has a process or a procedure that begins with a project plan, ultimately results in an ordinance, and the public's ability to weigh in with regard to that particular project. One has to do with the public meetings that we're currently having. The second is, if council adopts an ordinance creating a TIF district and the public is not happy about that, their remedy is to do a referendum. A referendum is a constitutionally sort of mandated process whereby citizens have the ability, once their elected representatives pass an ordinance they're not happy with, to gather signatures. If they gather sufficient signatures, then that matter has to be put on a ballot for an election. That's how the process works in terms of local development. The election that was scheduled was supposed to be what was called an advisory election. In other words, because there's no ordinance, the result of that election wouldn't be binding on council. They would have the ability to do whatever they wanted. They could pass the ordinance, they could not pass the ordinance. And the court was concerned with, one, the issue of it being advisory. There really aren't any provisions in Oklahoma law that allow for that, but the court was also concerned with the issue of the cost. Because if you had an election before the ordinance was enacted, you have the possibility of having a second election after it was enacted based on a referendum, and the city ends up paying for 2 elections with no ability to really recover the funds paid for the first election, assuming that first election was ultimately held to be invalid. So what the court did with regard to that particular election, it was scheduled for August the 27th. In order for us to have an election, our elections are done by the county election board. You have to have notice of the election within a certain time frame, and if you don't have that notice to the election board, you're not going to have it for that next election date. The difficulty that we were having with regard to that case was, number one, the fact that that ordinance was ultimately determined by the court to be not setting a valid election. It really prohibited us from having an election on the 27th, with the next available date being November the 5th. And the way the timing was set up, even with regard to that particular election date, we would not have been able to get, our charter requires that elections be called by ordinance. And for an ordinance, you have to have a first reading, and then you have to have a second reading. And going by that process, we would not have been able to enact the county election board timely notice for an election in November. So we've talked with our council members about the issue of how our understanding of how this process is supposed to work, with the public having an opportunity to have an election, assuming this council were to approve an ordinance. Again, The public has the ability, or the citizens have the ability to do a referendum to repeal that particular ordinance. And they decided that under these circumstances, that was the more appropriate way to proceed with this, is going by how the Local Development Act has sort of scheduled these particular events, with it ultimately ending up and the citizens having their say by vote if they choose to do that.
Yes, Your Honor. Does the city of Norman own the Lloyd Noble Center or have anything to do with this operation?
We do not, Your Honor. The question was, does the city of Norman own or operate the Lloyd Noble Center? And the answer is no. The city of Norman does not have any ownership interest in Lloyd Noble.
More questions I'm going to try to respond to. I was uncomfortable with trying to respond to them because I feel like I'm speaking for the landowner or the developer here, which I am not. But just understand that the landowner of University North Park and the proposed Rock Creek Entertainment Area is the OU Foundation. They certainly have the right to develop their property in such way as they see fit and to propose supportive infrastructure or arena projects or some such things that might be funded through public financing. They have the right to ask. As to why not Lloyd Noble, that's a University of Oklahoma question. And yes, as the mayor and the city manager pointed out, Lloyd Noble versus Rock Creek Entertainment Area, there have been all sorts of publicly discussed reasons for that. But I would suspect that the bottom line reason is that the arena project, recall, is the public-funded spur to a much larger development. And the OU Foundation is proposing to develop all of the north half of University North Park, spurred by this publicly funded arena and entertainment district project. So again, I feel like I'm speaking for the developer, but that is my attempt to respond to that realm of questions that was, why not Lloyd Noble? Why not, why develop? That's my understanding of why.
Greg Youngman.
Good evening, Greg Youngman. I live in Ward 4. As I was standing there, it struck me as odd that, and I appreciate that Mr. Naughton's information is correct, but it strikes me as odd that borrowing $230 million, paying it back with $540 million, and building whatever other stuff is what we're going to do or maybe do, but having an election somehow is just too complicated to figure out. It doesn't, that's backwards. That's backwards. So I'm confident. I know the election may not be binding, but neither are your campaign promises. Those aren't binding either. So we do. That's important.
Do you have a question, sir?
I would hope. My question is, and I would hope that staff can speak to this. Growth of the sales tax base is not a small thing. In fact, we assume quite a bit of growth each year to pay the bills. And so, while I'm glad the studies tell us already we're going to lose $1 million or more a year in the general fund. That's nice to hear, because we kind of knew that at the last TIF, but no one was willing to say it. So we're going to lose somewhere between 30 and 60 million in the general fund over 20 years. So that's what the numbers look like to me. And I'm just standing in the back reading slides. But to the extent that growth is important to us, if part of that growth, if this project plan is a portion or a substantial part of that growth, aren't we giving away revenues we were planning to have for our existing services, staff, and initiatives? And what happens to that whole over 20 years as we go forward? Thank you.
Alex Lampier. Marguerite Larson will follow Alex.
Let's assume that the HVS numbers are exactly correct and that the impact to the general fund is a net loss of $1.2 million per year for the next 20 years. As was discussed earlier, the city's overall budget is about $230 million. The city's general fund budget is about $80 million. That will grow based on the assumptions that we make for growth. If, in fact, we grow by 2% per year in our sales tax, then we would assume that our sales tax will grow at about $3 million per year. We hope that's right. It's just an assumption, however. But if of that $3 million per year, we are apportioning $1 million to the Rock Creek Entertainment District project, then each of the years over the next 25 years, we'll have to make budget decisions just as we would otherwise. Again, that's the budget process. That's the process that we will go through. We will make assumptions based on what would then be history of apportionments to the Rock Creek Entertainment District TIF, and we'll go forward with what we will apportion to the general fund. And that's the budget process that we'll go through in the future as we have in the past.
Hi, all. Alex Lamphere, Ward 2. In the June 5th press release for this project, it was stated that it would create housing for 3,000 residents as well as 5,000 new jobs. My question is, what's the median monthly rent we can expect from these units, and how many of these units will be affordable for a single individual living on a single salary? Will these jobs be temporary or permanent, pay a living wage and have benefits, or will these be 1099 jobs? When the Arena and Entertainment District is operational, how many permanent and seasonal jobs can we expect from it? Thank you.
Those are questions that we don't have the answer to. The developer who owns the land will be determining those things. So we can't answer those questions that were just asked.
Marguerite Larson. David Kennard will follow Marguerite.
Marguerite Larson, Ward 6. So I have several questions. Question number one is, if OU owns the land, they can develop it any way they want. Why don't they just do it? If they want that arena that badly and it's on their land, they should be able to do it. They should not be requesting money from us, period, the end. Number two, why would you take any type of campus activity off of campus? Take it away from the students. I don't understand this process at all, quite frankly. Number three, if we are supposed to be supporting small businesses and we are supposed to be supporting Norman businesses, downtown businesses, what is this going to do to campus corner businesses? Have you all thought about that? And how much money are you really going to generate? This is all hypothetical. Look at what happened previously. And I personally think that the foundation has never followed through with what they're going to. Why would they now? Thank you.
David Kennard. Sean Birch will follow David.
Hey, thank you very much for your time. David Kennard, Ward 4. I'm a local landlord. I own 570 apartments in Norman. I came here into town with $75,000, and I've built a real estate company that owns about $100 million worth of property. Not trying to brag, but trying to explain I have an understanding of how real estate works. And so I do have questions for the panel, right? What's going on? And so, as was pointed out, OU owns the vacant land, and OU will own the vacant land for the next 25 years. So I'm not sure what's holding up OU from developing the land and why the finger is pointed to me as to why the land is not developed. Obviously, the big question is, why doesn't OU just sell the land if they have no idea? I've taken a look at the HVS and Hunden report, and it seems fairly flawed. The first thing is, it shows zero returns for 25 years. How do you forecast returns of cash flows that occur beyond a 25-year period with any accuracy? The numbers are just simply bunk. Secondly, I mean, the The plans HVS and Hunden provided were simply based on the development's numbers. There's no market study. And so the biggest flaw in the HVS study is, of course, there's 120 acres of prime land sitting next to the interstate, next to a whole bunch of shopping that is deemed as, without building the arena, the land is deemed as valueless. Well, I don't know about that. For instance, Bob Mills Farms is developing apartments and houses a couple miles further away from that in land that's inferior. And I'll send you an email explaining why that land is inferior, but somehow that land has value and they're developing it. Secondly, Terra Apartments, which is right across the street from this development, has rents that exceed that of the price that would permit construction of new apartment complexes. Their rents are already exceeding replacement cost value. So obviously, if you just cross 24th on the other side, what's stopping someone from building an apartment complex? Absolutely nothing. Thirdly, Callaway House land sold for $2 million an acre. Not saying that 120 acres might be worth $240 million, but it's worth a lot closer to $240 million than zero. So I mean, finally, the assumptions in Hunden and CVS is $40 a foot office rent. Someone who rents offices in Oklahoma City, you can rent right across from Myriad Garden, overlooking the park, overlooking the Devon Lawn for like $26 a foot. So this $40 a foot rent simply doesn't exist in Oklahoma. So obviously, you've got developers' numbers sending away to God knows. I mean, this is just crazy. And so,
David?
the question is, why doesn't OU, if the land is not valuable to them, put it on the market and sell it? And maybe why doesn't the city of Norman buy this land?
You timed out.
And then we can, I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Marcus Bowman will follow Sean.
Thank you. I'm Sean Burridge, Ward 4. And I appreciate the latitude that you've given tonight for leading questions. I think Perry Mason may have objected to a few of these as leading, but at this point, I'm thankful for the latitude. So I want to ask a few questions. I'm going to preface, though, with my questions, say that my questions assume that the University of Oklahoma is if not the economic engine of Norman. So if you don't agree with that, you don't have to listen. Just give me my 2.5 minutes I have remaining. Did you know that 55,000 less people are going to college in Oklahoma than were a decade ago? 55,000 less. But did you know that in the last 2 years, OU's freshman class has increased by 20%? Did you know that this freshman class, 50%, maybe a little bit more, comes from out of state? Did you know that OU plans to grow their freshman class by at least 2% every year for the foreseeable future in light of those statistics? And did you know that there's going to be a fewer number of graduates from high school starting in 2025? It's called the enrollment cliff. But did you know that OU plans to keep growing? And did you know that for OU to grow, they have assumed all this time that they would have a good partner in the city of Norman? Did you know that this project was brought to the most popular and best athletic director in the United States of America, Joe Castiglione, by the county and city? Did you know that at that time, the athletic director didn't know it was a possibility, but the project was brought to him? It is now a part of our future plans at the University of Oklahoma. I think I've asked more questions than anybody has so far. Did you know the University of Oklahoma is counting on you all to do the right thing for the university so they can continue to grow and compete with other universities of its caliber. Thank you.
Greg Garn will follow Marcus.
Good evening, Marcus Bowman, Ward 8. And I don't teach economics or any other class, but I do work in the athletic department. I'd be happy to take any students that want to come and learn a lot about sports business. So just come holler at me if you want to learn a little bit. I moved to Norman a little over 4 years ago. And I've said this before, right, on this panel. I'm blessed to be here every day, and the decision that I made to come here to Norman, Oklahoma. I have 3 young kids. One is not school age, 2 are school age, and so I am raising 3 kids through the Norman Public Schools here. So I am Norman. I'm invested here. I care deeply about this community, and I care deeply about its future. There's been a lot of talk about an arena. There's been a lot of talk about sports. There's been a lot of talk about specifically that component of this broader entertainment district. And what I would ask is that we make sure that we remember that this is much bigger than an arena. This is a broader entertainment district. And so now I'm going to get to my questions that I think are very specific. Can anybody tell me, has there ever been a time in Norman's history where there was $800 million in private investment that was put into the city on one particular project? And my second question, has Norman ever received State Leverage Act funding where there could be another potential for, as stated in the report, anywhere from $75 to $150 million? If not, have we ever had a project of this magnitude that was ever considered for state leverage funds or that was put forward? And then my last question is, can anybody tell me how many more car dealerships Norman can handle? Because that's likely all that's going to be built on this piece of land if this project does not move forward. Thank you.
Greg Garn. Russell Rice will follow Greg Garn.
I'll answer a couple of those briefly. There has not been a project brought forth in Norman that qualified for the Leverage Act. I can't, and I'll ask Mr. Francisco to correct me, I am unaware of a project that resulted in $800 million in private investment in Norman. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Greg Garn, Ward 7. I appreciate the opportunity to share a couple of observations and experiences that I've had. So I've lived in Norman for 26 years. I've been a faculty member at the university that entire time. My wife and I have raised a family here. And in the opportunities that I've had at the University of Oklahoma, a common theme has been trying to attract really talented people and their families to move here to be a part of the university. So I was really fortunate to serve 7 years as the dean of the Jeannine Rainbolt College of Education. And in that time period, we averaged about 10 faculty and staff members that we would hire each year. That was pretty typical kind of transition that we had there. When I began that role in 2011, it was an absolute given that those individuals would live in Norman. In fact, we had a great relationship with a number of realtors that we would set them up to convince them to come in, demonstrate the community, and sort of seal the deal, if you will. By the time that I transitioned out of that role, it was about 50-50, the percentage of those individuals that would live in Norman versus those that would make choices to live elsewhere. This last year, I was part of a group that brought a grant to the university that's allowed us to hire 47 individuals in the last 11 months. That same trend has continued where a number of those people are not able or unwilling, because the amenities aren't here, to be in this community. And so the question for the group is, I'm incredibly dedicated to the idea that people who are going to work in Norman are going to live in Norman. How will this entertainment district contribute to housing opportunities for people that we're attracting into the community? The second point that I want to make, similar to Marcus, our family has had 3 kiddos that have been through the Norman Public Schools. We've been involved in the PTA, we've been involved in the Norman Schools Foundation, we've been involved in Booster Club, anything that you can imagine. And so I'm incredibly committed to the public schools. What I'd love to understand is when this TIF is retired, what does this do for the valuation, for the bonding capacity for the Norman Public Schools? How does this impact the ability of the school district to be able to go out, and what's the value of those bonds? The last question that I have is, if there is the sort of growth that I think is going to come along with this, there is the potential impact for the need for a new school. Is there an agreement in principle for some land in this development to be connected to the Norman Public School District?
Mr. Mayor, I can answer those questions. As it relates to housing types and housing opportunities, this project was packaged as a live, work, play opportunity that isn't replicated anywhere else in Norman, to the best of our knowledge. When it comes to Norman Public Schools, I had similar questions that I asked of our superintendent as it related to bonding capacity if the millage was kept constant. And the question was to Dr. Nick, if assessed value in Norman grew by $1 billion, how much additional construction bonding capacity would you experience the next school bond question, which is probably 5 to 7 years? And the short answer is 10% minus outstanding debt. So $100 million minus any outstanding debt. And as the prior school bond questions are retired, up to $100 million in the next bond question. And potentially over the life of the agreement, there could be 2 or even 3 more school bond questions posed of the voters. In this particular proposal, there is a school site or 11 acres inside the development that has been identified as being available to Norman Public Schools. And that would be done through an agreement between Norman Public Schools and the University of Oklahoma Foundation. But I do believe those conversations have taken place, and they have at least reached an agreement in concept as to how that transaction would take place and how Norman Public Schools would become the owner of 11 acres inside the development proposal.
Russell Rice. Lisa Schmidt will follow Russell. And Trey Bates will follow Lisa.
Hi, everybody. Russell Rice, Ward 2. These gentlemen behind me have been keeping us entertained all night with their laughter. Thank you very much. Your face turns 9 shades of red. Love it. All right, so let's see, where's the beginning? What happens when you assume things? Does anybody know? It makes a donkey out of you and me. So I'm just throwing that out there. Has this land that we're referring to always been barren? Does OU not recognize the first Americans that inhabited the land before us? Do you think this fertile land by the river had no one on it when the white folks got here? Do you know higher education is supposed to be more about education than money? Can we do the general fund vote that would solve most of this issue? Simple one, right? Why are there no other TIFs this large? If a TIF this large is beneficial at all, why isn't anyone else doing a 100% TIF? What other ways could these resources be used to actually help Norman citizens instead of making the rich richer? What is the current value of the OU Foundation? This TIF was not approved by the TIF committee. Why was it brought to a hearing? Why was this brought to a hearing when there clearly isn't very much public support for it at all? Is there a way to submit more questions online? And what are the council people and the mayor going to do when they don't get reelected because they voted for it? What is the city going to do to ensure that the council or mayor doesn't profit at all from this endeavor? Yeah, that's it. Thank you. I think we should do a vote. Let us vote. Let us vote.
Lisa Schmidt? Let's see, Lisa. Trey Bates? Oh, there you are, sorry.
Yes, thank you. Lisa Schmidt, Ward 2, OU graduate, 9 OU degrees within my immediate family, born, raised, educated here in Norman. And I just have a couple of questions, different than what I brought, but my understanding was that there would be other factors considered in the economic negotiations, such as requiring living wage for all these thousands of jobs that are created, and that there would be requirements with respect to affordable housing based on average median income. So that's one of my questions. The second question, in the presentation, there was a mention of the Cleveland County Trust, and I'd just like to have a little bit more information about what that is and how that affects risk with respect to Norman's participation in the funding of this TIF. And then my third question is really more for people who are listening in the public. I don't know that people really realize how massive this TIF is. A $600 million TIF. The next largest TIF in the state of Oklahoma is about $397 million. The city of Oklahoma City, one of their projects. The top 5 projects only include 3 of anywhere near this magnitude, and the bottom 2 of those are only $90 million plus. So I just want to be sure, and I have the question, if this is really the most responsible. I mean, I'm a big fan of OU, I'm a big fan of sports, big fan of arenas, big fan of TIFs when they're used responsibly, but this is an enormous TIF for a community our size. Thank you.
One of those. As the question relates to the formation of the county trust and that element's level of protection to the city of Norman, that conversation was generated. I actually asked Mrs. Kathy O'Connor, in a similar situation, how would a TIF for a purpose like this be structured in Oklahoma City? They have a long track record of very successful TIF implementation. And the response was that a tax increment would be pledged against somebody else's debt instrument. And it was at that point the city of Norman said we would be happy to support a plan in which the city of Norman does not borrow any money and is not obligated financially to any debt service in the event the development does not generate the increment anticipated. That risk got shifted to a different public entity that 3 Cleveland County commissioners would be able to oversee. That new trust, that new public agency would issue the debt, be responsible for the construction of the arena, and be responsible for debt service. The process would be, as tax increment is generated, it would get deposited with Mr. Anthony Francisco, and he would follow a debt service schedule that went along with the debt instrument to build the arena. If the debt service schedule, for instance, said a payment July 1, 2027 is $3 million, and Mr. Francisco had collected $3 million in increment, it would be forwarded to that new trust to make debt service payments. In the event Mr. Francisco had only collected $2 million, he would forward $2 million along to that new county trust, and it would be up to them to make up the difference in their debt obligation.
If I may, City Manager, just expand a little bit on that. One of the reasons why the three-party agreement was necessary is because this is a pay-as-you-go project, meaning there's no debt issuance that's happening by the City of Norman or the Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority. The obligation is on others to fund this project. There's no obligation for the city to issue any debt related to this project. The only way that the Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority will be providing any incremental revenues is if they're generated. They can only be generated if the project happens. So the reason why the county role is important is because the obligations to build need to be holding hands with the entity that's going to receive the assistance and development financing. So the increment that's generated is provided as it's generated as assistance and development financing to these entities who are contractually obligated to build certain things. So the incremental revenues are not being pledged to repay their debt. The incremental revenues are being paid, if they're generated, to get this development done. So just wanted to try to be a little more clear on that point. We're not pledging incremental revenues to pay their debt. We are providing assistance and development financing, which they will join with other sources of revenue to invest at least $650 million to build an arena, a parking garage, multifamily housing, the festival plaza, the retail strip. So that list of things that we talked about before. So just wanted to say that out loud. And then another question that was asked that I feel like is one that we can actually try to respond to was the question raised about livable wages and whether there will be an affordability component to the housing. And those are items that are still in discussions with the developer. You noticed in the presentation that Kathy made that there are several items that are still being negotiated and will be put forth in an agreement that will come to you. And those are a couple of the issues that we are still continuing to discuss with the developer. There are lots of different employment opportunities within the district, so I think it makes sense that some may have a livable wage component, but some will be, part-time folks working in the arena. So those are things that we're still discussing. Just wanted to say that out loud to you guys and for the benefit of the group.
Greg Heupel and Mayumi Windler will follow Greg. Mr. Heupel.
Hey, guys. It's good to be back in the house. Greg Heupel, Ward 1. Well, former council Ward 1. I was in your seat. Thank you for doing what you're doing tonight. It's hard. Single largest financial transaction in the history of Norman, Oklahoma, $1 billion. And we don't have a vote of the people because it's a TIF. We can't vote on a TIF, on the single largest product in the history of our community. A lot of people who are against this project call us cave people, citizens against virtually everything. But we're not that. We're citizens always voting every damn time. We want to vote on this issue. And it's not about being against or for it. It's about the right to vote on the single largest transaction in the history of our community. And I know a little bit about the TIF because my father was the attorney for OU when he ran the first TIF. Sean Rieger, it was like sitting in your office. I know everything. I know the history. The GO bond and/or a sales tax revenue like Oklahoma City did it is a better deal. So my question is this, council, are you strong enough to stand up and say no to the TIF and let the people vote? Because I tell you what, in this community, if you let the people vote, we win. If you let the people vote, we're going to win. So, and it's my birthday, so here's my wish and here's my question. Will you grant me and the rest of the cave people the right to vote on the single largest financial transaction in the history of our community? Will you do that? That's my question, okay? I know you can do it. Will you do it? And it's my birthday, and that's all I'm asking. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate your time.
Mayumi. Leslie Noble will follow Mayumi. I believe he already answered the election question.
Hello, Mayumi Windler, Ward 2. Okay, does Norman want to retain its unique identity in the state, or do we want to be eventually annexed by Oklahoma City? Because as we keep developing out, there's going to be no line. There will be no division between Norman and Moore, and it will just be this metroplex blob, and we'll just be like Bethany or something. So the plan isn't solid. How can we have a valid public hearing if we don't have a solid plan? Won't we need to get a new hearing once we have a real plan? Because if it's in flux right now, we'll need to talk about it at the next iteration. Late-stage capitalism depends on ever-increasing consumption. Does Norman have enough people with expendable income willing to spend enough to support this? Thanks.
Leslie? Oh, so I'm sorry, Emily.
Wanted to make one clarifying point because I realize this might be confusing. So the project plan, which is what the public hearing is about, is the exact same project plan that was approved by the review committee and presented to Planning Commission. The thing that maybe the speaker was referencing that is in flux is the economic development agreement. And yes, that's still being negotiated. I know that there have been multiple drafts and we've had multiple conversations about it. But just to be clear, the public hearing is about the project plan and it's the exact same document that was presented to the review committee and the Planning Commission.
Leslie? Paul Arcaroli will follow Leslie.
Hi, my name is Leslie Noble. I'm from Ward 3. I'm going to start asking a question. Okay, this is from one of the slides. Upon stabilization, approximately 53% of sales occurring in the district would have occurred in other parts of Norman. 47% of sales within the district represent new revenue. Looking at 2031, the stabilized year, a loss to the general fund is estimated to occur $1.26 million and annually thereafter. I don't know what a stabilized year means, and I don't know what does that mean, what are the losses between now and 2031? When I came to the presentation earlier in the summer, we were assured that there would be 100% new economic activity in the TIF region, and that all the planning was based on 100% new economic activity. I mean, I guess, do we still assume it will be that? I'm just confused by that. Why, this gentleman mentioned this, that instead of a TIF, another option was a bond voted on by the people of Norman. And he just said it was like, they didn't think it was a good idea. Why was the bond to be voted on by the people a worse option than the TIF? And who decided that? When I saw in the presentation a description of when a TIF would be used, is this an ethical use of a TIF, considering it's really not a depressed area? This is not a depressed part of Norman. Is it ethical to have city support for a TIF district that would pull spending from existing businesses, especially when it's not 100% new economic activity as previously predicted, and especially considering it's not a depressed area. I also have kind of questions about the handicap accessibility of the new arena and how the bus service will work from parking lots to the events. Something that a lot of people like about Lloyd Noble is that you can park right in front of it, and people with more limited mobility can go up the ramp and then meet people inside. And I feel like a lot of people I know that were big football fans kind of went to basketball. And then with the $1.3 million estimated cut, what are the budget items likely to be cut? Thank you.
There's some of Ms. Noble's questions that I'll try to respond to. First, the stabilized year that was discussed in the HVS study. The HVS study assumes that there would be a ramping up period of usage in the arena once it is open. So in the first year, there might be 100 events, in the second year, 120, in the third year, 140 events, and then 140 going forward. So again, the ramping up period precedes the stabilized year. So the stabilized year is when the arena, and there's all sorts of assumptions that are being made based on their experience with arenas nationwide about how long it takes to generate those businesses. And, you know, they're going to attract this rodeo that's going to come every year, but it takes 2 years to get them to commit to come to Norman, that sort of thing. So in the stabilized year, when the ramping up has stopped, that's when they are basing those assumptions on. The 100% new economic activity that she discussed was always, or at least was never really assumed. There was always some assumption that there would be some economic activity that was occurring elsewhere in town that would shift to the Rock Creek Entertainment District. It's just the HVS study tries to quantify how much that is. And then finally, why was the general obligation bond proposal deemed to be a worse option? Remember that general obligation bonds, at least for public utilities, can only be used for facilities that are owned by the city. So there was the assumption in the proposal that there would be this matching general obligation bond project only to pay for the parking garage that would be owned by the city. So that was the kind of shared proposal that was discussed at a very preliminary stage a year or so ago, but was ruled out because it was, those assumptions were just deemed to be unworkable, at least at that time, because the parking garage component of the project was small relative to the full project.
Okay, and there was an issue or a question raised about handicap accessibility, and all new construction is required to comply with the ADA, so the arena would be handicap accessible.
Okay, Paul Arcaroli, followed by Pam Post, and then Trey Kirby. I didn't see Paul.
Okay, in answer to one of the man's questions, the OU Foundation has a 1.67.
Go over to the.
Sorry. I'm Pam Post, I'm from Ward 5, and I'll start over. In answer to the question, do you all know that the OU Foundation has a $1.67 billion, whatever you want to call it, money? We don't have it, City of Norman doesn't have it. For fiscal year ending '25, do you know that budgeted right now there are no living cost of living increases to your employees' salaries? Do you know that for fiscal year ending '24, that the Public Safety Sales Tax Fund revenue came in about 3% below the targeted income? Do you know that the fiscal year '24 school resource officers, that the city expected $700,000 from Norman Public Schools? They received $500,000, and the city manager accepted it, and the city mayor was going to go talk to the school district to ask about it. Could you answer what has come with that conversation? Thank you, sir. Fiscal year ending '25, that the projected cost for SROs is $2.2 million. If the school district pays any less than $732,000, that the general fund is going to have to make up the deficit just like in 2024. And that's from Jacob Huckabee, who's a city budget technician. Did you know that? My question is, as Mr. Francisco has said, as you go through the budgeting process with $1.26 million less per year, what services are you going to cut? Have you thought about that yet? Because SROs seem to be on the list. Why did the TIF presentation not state that the review committee did not recommend the TIF be utilized by the city? That was be directed to you, ma'am. And to you, ma'am.
Please,
county-
Pam, please.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. The county is now involved in the debt. How does the county plan on paying for that debt when Anthony, Mr. Francisco, only has $2 million to give them instead of the $3 million? Are they planning on raising our property taxes? This has a private investment of $230 million with a public of $600 million. Why is the economic development agreement not here tonight for you all to look at? It's still a to-be-determined part of this plan. And since everything is still to be determined, including the number of housing that has been reduced, the number of businesses that have been reduced, why is this plan not going back to the TIF committee for review before coming back to you all to vote on? Some questions are hypothetical, some of them have answers tonight. Thank you for letting me speak. I appreciate your time.
I'll try to respond to one of those questions. I think maybe there is confusion between the TIF Review Committee and the TIF Oversight Committee. The TIF Review Committee, which is the statutory committee, did vote to send the project plan forward to you, City Council. The Oversight Committee met and discussed the reports and looked at the project plan and did not vote in favor of it, but they don't have, that entity does not have a statutory role. It's an advisory body for the council to listen to, but it's not part of the review and approval of a project plan under the Local Development Act. So just wanted to make that clarification.
And one more answer as it relates to, in the event Mr. Francisco does not collect enough money to make the debt service schedule, it is a public trust of Cleveland County that would be indebted, and the public trust has no taxing authority. So they won't have the ability to raise taxes to make that debt service payment. If that meant default, that would be a default of a public trust and not the general fund of Cleveland County.
Trey Kirby.
Trey Kirby, Ward 5. I'm wondering what y'all consider a livable wage. Our lowest paid employee at my company is $20 an hour. It's not livable. I have to feed people about once a month just to make sure they're not eating ramen. So it's not livable. Second of all, my son works for OU, as did his grandparents, as did his great-grandparents. He can't live in this town because there's not livable wages at OU. It pays less than what we do at a marijuana company. That says a lot, being that it's a university and has that much money coming into the foundation. Secondly, where's all this wastewater going to go? Is the new city plant going to be able to handle that, or do we have to build another plant? And if we have to build another plant, whose land are we going to eminent domain to take it? Do you own it? Have you already bought it? Are you shopping for it? Last, stormwater. Every time we do something, it gets dumped to the east. Can the river along Franklin handle it? Can the Little River handle it? How many more properties are going to flood? I lose 100 foot of fence every time we have rain on one of my properties. I have to chase my cattle miles. Nobody's making people predict the wastewater. You're guessing, and you're taking a good guess at it, but you're wrong. I have 100 foot of fence every time it rains, says so, that I have to now move my cattle and my goats. And this is one of the ways I make a living. As a rancher here in Norman, my family's been in this town since 1950, maybe a little longer. All of us have been ranchers. So what are you going to do with the wastewater? What are you going to do with the stormwater? Are y'all going to dump it in the Day Blue River? You going to put arsenic, chromium-6 across the backside of my properties where my cattle and goats graze, all natural grass that I don't even spray with chemicals? I'm just wondering what your plan is for all this water you're going to make when you fill 110 acres and it goes east. That's it.
We do have adequate wastewater capacity at the water reclamation facility as it relates to storm drain runoff. There was provision in the original UNP master plan to account for future stormwater runoff. And when construction and development plans get submitted, all of the city standards for ensuring no additional runoff or runoff does not exceed the rate of the current real estate will be part of the approval process. So we haven't seen the plan submitted for engineering review, and all those decisions will be made when plans are submitted for actual development.
Okay, I will apologize in advance if I mispronounce this name. Lisa Dionisio. Paul Wilson. Lisa?
I'm Lisa Denisio. I'm Ward 8. Apologize, I was like eating some nuts here. I'm a CPA and I'm a local business owner. And so when I hear about this project, I hone into the funding of it. So I love the fact that TIFs are being used. They're a proven tool to generate funds and create jobs without raising taxes. The part I had a question on was the Leverage Act. And I believe when you were speaking, you were saying that Norman can receive up to $151 million from the State Leverage Act. And based on that understanding, I was like doing some research. That is, they provide state funding for local governments to match. And so my question is, do the funds have to be paid back? And then also, are they only available because it is a TIF? I was reading that there's some different restrictions on that, and I didn't know if that played into the fact of using a TIF.
So we'll let our local experts respond just to make sure we get it correct. But the Leverage Act dollars are made available through state statute on projects geared towards developing tourism. And they're matched against local sales tax dollars pledged in a tax increment financing district. So up to dollar for dollar, that every dollar of sales tax in the TIF, the city pledges, the state would match out of the state's sales tax collection. So of their 4%, if we had 4% in the deal, they could put up 4%. We're looking at right now 3%.
So it's the Leverage Act is only available to municipalities for projects that are within a tax increment financing district, first of all. The Leverage Act funding that's provided to the city does not have to be repaid. It is not a loan or a grant even. It is a incentive payment that's provided back to the city that matches, as the city manager mentioned, dollar for dollar what the city puts in, if that amount is calculated to to equal whatever the net state benefit is. So there is a application that is made by the city after the TIF district would be approved. The state will calculate what the net state benefit is, and that is a combination of all of the different taxes that the state can levy within the TIF district, including income tax. And then once that calculation is made, the Leverage Act payments would be made back to the city as, you know, the evidence is provided, the justification, the invoices and things. So in this case, the Leverage Act payments include the 3% city sales tax on sales anticipated in the district in the future and construction sales taxes. So that's why the number is 151 million as an estimate.
Next speaker is Paul Wilson, followed by Kenny Adams.
Council, Paul Wilson, Ward 1. I have a little story to tell you guys before, an observation before I get to my question. Most of you guys know I'm a rideshare driver. And venues like this make me really excited because people rideshare to and from. I get it from OU football. I don't quite get it for OU basketball. But I will tell you this last summer, I've been doing it for 3 years. Each summer, I have noticed fewer and fewer people staying in Norman during the summer to do their activities. On a daily basis on Friday and Saturday nights, which are the busiest for entertainment areas, I take between 3 to 4 carloads to the city. I want to stay in Norman because I know Norman streets. I know my way around Norman. So I usually take them up there, turn off my app, and come straight back. On the way back, I see 4 to 5 rideshare lights, if not more, coming from Norman going towards the city. Now, when I take people up to the city, I might see 1, maybe 2, coming towards Norman. So what does that say? During the summer, when there's no OU events, where are people going to spend their money for entertainment? I'm but one driver. On average, on a Friday and Saturday night when there's no OU football game, there's probably between 20 and 30 of us inside Norman that I can tell. I know this because as I'm driving around, I see the same cars over and over again. We commonly refer to it as making a ring around the campus because we take people from place to place and we just see it. So now here's my question for this proposed Rock Creek Entertainment District. If it is built, will we see other development outside of this area that we are not currently seeing? As for instance, along Ed Noble Parkway. Yes, there are some storefronts that are empty along Ed Noble Parkway. There's also Sooner Mall. That is not what it was when I moved here 18 years ago. Could we see further development there? Could we see further development and people moving into Ed Noble Parkway? We all know the eyesore on Ed Noble Parkway with that one restaurant between BJ's and Gabriano's. Obviously, they do. Will we see other development if this is built outside of the area because of it? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we have seen development proposals submitted for the real estate behind Ed Noble Parkway. There's a lot of vacant land back there. Council had the first reading of that development and its zoning requests. It'll have a second reading next Tuesday night. The property owners anticipate several hundred housing units in several different design scenarios to be built behind Ed Noble Parkway with an emphasis on connectivity from the residential to the commercial to make sure it's all walkable and connected. So we are seeing development proposals take place, and they do recognize there's an increase in population that they're addressing. And they also recognize kind of where the direction is going with the City of Norman's comprehensive land use plan update and its population estimates too.
Kenny Adams? Okay. Joe Castiglione? Holly Hunt will follow Joe.
Good evening. It's good to see everybody again. Since we've last been in front of the City Council, welcome all the new council members. I'm Joe Castiglione from Ward 8. I know I get referred to here as doing something else, but I am a resident here. I had kids that were part of public schools. I've lived here now for 26 years. What has been referred to earlier this evening is the university's involvement. And someone did mention that we were approached to get involved. It's no secret that there was another effort prior. But this effort was one that was brought to us. And like a lot of people that have expressed their skepticism, we were skeptical too. We wanted to find out whether or not this could really be something good for Norman. And just like the flags that are behind you, everybody collaborates for the greater good. And we thought the university could do the very same thing in improving the quality of life. Now, it's not lost on us that this effort came to us right after we announced the SEC, our membership in the SEC, and what that could mean, and more people coming to town, and how that could improve. This was something that could catalyze other things supporting Norman. What has been concerning to me, and it leads me to my question, is that it keeps going back to putting it on the taxpayers. What is it going to mean to the taxpayers? And when we considered this whole project, we considered how we can make it good for everybody and not put it on the backs of the taxpayers. So I got to ask the question again. Can someone tell me if my taxes as a resident of the city of Norman are going to increase because of this project? Can someone tell me that? Will any resident of Norman see an increase of their taxes because of this project? I'm asking the question like everybody else has to ask. I ask your respect.
So, Mr. Mayor, currently there are no proposals to increase sales taxes or ad valorem taxes. The city's consideration of an increase in the hotel bed tax that took place several months ago was voter approved and is a tax that's not charged to local residents. Since the time that this conversation took place and the tax increment financing district was the proposed mechanism, there have not been any discussions related to increasing taxes to Norman residents.
Is this project making any request to increase the tax rate for any goods or services because of this project?
No, sir.
So I guess my one last question is, how can we, as a community that's going to provide something, live, work, play to serve everybody, afford to pass up this opportunity?
Yes.
No one else was allowed to do that. House rules that we all agreed to when we came here tonight.
We can.
Go ahead. Ready for me? Good evening. My name is Holly Hunt. I'm in Ward 3, and I have spoken before this body about this TIF project in the arena and the entertainment district, about what it would mean for my family that has a young child, a 6-year-old, similar to some of my colleagues who spoke today, that my family is interested in being out in the city of Norman on weekends. We are interested in using the amenities and going to events in Norman. And so my questions revolve around, has the council and the individuals who spoke here tonight, have you looked at how Tulsa and Oklahoma City have used TIF districts? Have they used TIF districts in this similar manner to create incentives and experiences and housing and improvements into their city to drive families to stay here, to drive students to stay here, to drive economic activity? As Norman is the 3rd largest city in the state, I wonder, have we really looked at Tulsa and Oklahoma City and how many active TIFs they have? And what are those unique projects that have been successful for those cities and how it's applicable to our city? I also wonder, when I think about the arena and how much my family could use that for, or how much the city of the residents of Norman could use. And I wonder, I love to go to basketball, but what is the other items that might be in that venue? How much will the university use it, and what percentage will there be of other kinds of events? It's my understanding that the university will only use it about 20 to 24% of the time, and while other entities would use it the rest. So what does that look like? And how do we look at those things and be able to continue to attract families to stay here and young students? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, as it relates to other cities, Oklahoma City and Tulsa, and how they have used tax increment financing, one of the reasons that we reached out and made contact with Mrs. O'Connor is based on her experience in the formation of tax increment financing districts in Oklahoma City. What we do recognize is we have a gap in that lifestyle opportunity for recent graduates who tend to leave Norman. And at some point, many do find their way back when maybe it's time to buy their first home and raise a family. But there was definitely that gap that was recognized about the need for that live, work, play that currently doesn't exist in Norman and does exist up in Oklahoma City. The other thing we did recognize as it related to TIFs in other communities in Oklahoma is only Oklahoma and Tulsa have ever accessed Leverage Act funds from the state. So we all pay sales tax all over the whole state. The state of Oklahoma collects its 4%, and Oklahoma City and Tulsa have figured out a way to get some of that back to their communities, and we have not had a project that met that criteria in years past. As it relates to uses in the arena itself, the public trust recently formed by Cleveland County that would finance, build, own, and operate the arena will not do so with current staff at Cleveland County. They are in the process of developing an RFP to find an operator for that space. The operator will participate financially in the development of the arena project, and it will be that operator's responsibility to fill the arena on dates that fall outside of the calendar reserved by the primary tenant, which would be OU men's basketball, OU women's basketball, and OU women's gymnastics. So we didn't proclaim to possess the expertise at the city of Norman to be able to operate a facility like that, and Cleveland County recognized the need to bring in a third party that would operate it, keep it full, and generate enough revenue to pay for the ongoing maintenance and upkeep of a facility like that.
Robin Weiser? Margaret Blevins, if Robin Weiser is not here. After Margaret Blevins, we have Bob Anthony. Are you, okay, I'm sorry. Are
What was your
you
name?
Margaret? Yes. Okay.
Hi, I'm Margaret Blevins. I'm from Slaughterville, but I lived in Norman for the better part of 40 years. I have to kind of make a comment here about the guy that said, "Did you know?" 166 tuition at OU has risen 166% in 20 years. Now, Mr. Herzog said, well, you have to look at budget cuts. Well, I worked for the state of Oklahoma for 26 years, so don't talk about budget cuts to me. You guys, OU makes better salaries than we do. We, by about 15,000. And in 2019, there were 66,000 state employees. There are now 30,000. And in 2019, OU had 19,306 employees, and today you have 18,000. So there's kind of a huge discrepancy there. I found a map dated in 2017 that showed that Norman had 65 malls. Out of those, I drove to 52 of them, and there were 119 vacancies. That's called cannibalization, when new businesses are brought in and it chokes out the old. Since the Chamber of Commerce, OU, and OU Foundation seem to be so deeply invested in Rock Creek, what are they doing to actually bring businesses to University North Park 1 and not cannibalizing the rest of Norman? There are 126.46 acres of undeveloped land still in University North Park 1. On June 5th, Herzog said that OU's 2 basketball programs and 2 gymnastic teams would combine to account for 24% of the new Norman Arena's day-to-day occupancy. That means the arena is going to sit empty for 268 days out of the year. Since OU doesn't seem to use Lloyd Noble, who is going to manage the new arena? OU? Can Norman count on OU making sure that there's something going on out there? Also
Ma'am, your time's up. Thank you. But you could answer that question again if you would, please.
Mr. Mayor, it is proposed that the University of Oklahoma will become and remain the anchor tenant in the facility and contribute through a lease agreement upwards of $100 million towards the construction of the facility. And it would be up to the owner of the facility, that county trust, to, through their operator, keep the facility busy the balance of the calendar year.
So Bob Anthony is next, followed by Rhonda Stock. Lucian Bridges. Robert Post.
Hey, my name is Bob Post. I'm a retired Norman police officer who served 35 years in the department. My specialty was traffic accidents, especially fatality accidents. And I also, one of my job descriptions was to interact with public works, specifically traffic engineers in public works. I have 2 things that I'd like to mention here. First of all, back in 1988, there was a budget shortfall, and the council was looking to find money. And that concerns me now because the sales tax money, of course, for 25 years, the new sales tax money will not be coming back into our coffers. And so at that point in 1988, they decided to furlough city employees 1 day a month. And that really hurt. Fortunately, some of us had secondary jobs at the time. And then a few years went by. In 2011, there was another furlough program. And this time, the unions were not affected because they had built-in contract language prohibiting them from going or forcing furloughs on them. But the non-union employees, like some of my friends to my right here, were furloughed for up to 1 day per month. So anyway, my question is, what are you going to do when you don't have the sales tax revenues, maybe 3, 4, 5 years from now coming in, and you won't have the TIF money coming in? What cuts are you going to make? Might be food for thought. Another thing that I'm concerned with is transportation. You're going to build an arena, and at certain times, all those people are going to exit the arena, get into their cars, and how are they going to get out of that area? Some of them may go to a restaurant, enjoy an evening out, but probably a majority of them are going to want to get home. And, you're landlocked to the west, you're landlocked to the east by the airport, so people have to go north or south. And right now, it's difficult on 24th Avenue at times to get down the street. The other day, I was at Crest. Turned left onto 24th to go south. Traffic was backed up from Robinson all the way to the Target exit. This is daytime, and it was around the noon hour. So another thing that's been proposed are slip ramps onto I-35. You could do that, but that'll only work for traffic, only work outside. Thank you for your time.
Brad Shipman, followed by Sarah Doolittle, and then Louis Toro.
How is everybody tonight? Thank you for all you guys do. I know it's not easy to sit up there. I've heard a couple of things tonight, and I came here with one thing that I was going to say, and I've been taking it all in, and I've heard the word cannibalization a couple times. Well, that's one thing that, is going to happen, and that's my job. I'm a small business owner. I live in Ward 3. I'm very lucky. My grandfather started a business in this town in 1952. Started out in a 300 square foot shop off of Asp. Then went to Boyd Street, 303 West Boyd. Then part of my family moved at 2107 West Main. I just moved it to University of North Park. It's my job as a small business owner to worry about my competition. It's not everybody else's job to worry about about my business. Every day I go to work, when my grandfather was there, 75 years ago, he wore the one cap, it was one person that did everything. Now you have to have everybody working together as a team to make the business run. I kind of see this as the way that Norman is. Like, we started off small, we continue to grow, and at the end of the day, we can't fight the growth that the city needs. We need the arena. We need the tax dollars that are going to generate. We just cannot continue to fight change. In most good cities, do you know what they do? They grow. Most good cities, they grow. The University of Oklahoma is a great partner. We all may have our ins and outs about different things. I get it. I don't get all the math, but we vote for all of you. That you guys will figure it all out. But that's what good cities do, guys. They grow. There may be some traffic issues. There may be some Restaurants may get real busy and we may have to wait. Good Lord, that is awesome. That's good for all those small business owners. And let each one of those small business owners figure that out.
Brad, do you have a question, sir?
Yeah, what do good cities do? My question is, what do good cities do? They plan and they grow. And we all just need to get along and figure out a way to plan and grow. Thank you.
Sarah Doolittle, followed by Louis Toro.
Good evening, Mayor Heikala, esteemed council members. My name is Sarah Doolittle. I'm a resident of Ward 3. I was born and raised here in Norman, Oklahoma, and I'm a lifelong educator, and I have a degree from University of Oklahoma in educational finance and policy. Most importantly, I'm a mom of a kiddo in Norman Public Schools. A lot of people, I feel like, don't understand the complicated ways that our schools are funded. While school districts receive state and federal funds, 43% of the funding for Norman Public Schools comes from local sources in the form of property taxes collected on our homes and the commercial real estate within our city limits. That means that almost half of our district funding comes from us, the citizens of Norman. That's funding for our teachers' salaries, for the academic and fine arts and athletic programs, funding for our most vulnerable students. These are the programs that support the health and vitality of our community. Supporting our schools means supporting our whole community. And in the past, Norman has done an outstanding job of buffering the cuts, dangerous cuts, at our state level. So this brings me to the proposed TIF. This proposal diverts property taxes from a large section of our town, a section that will have both commercial and residential development. It has been said that we currently aren't receiving money from the area in the TIF, and that's true. There are no developed properties there, but there will be. The proposed plan adds residential and commercial properties, all of which will generate property tax income that would go to our schools. The children who live in the new housing built in this
Could you
area.
ask a question, please?
Oh, sorry, I'm almost there. The children who live there will be a net addition to the district. And we all know that adding more students but keeping a funding level at the same means that all of our children will get a smaller piece of the pie. So my question is, what will be the long-term impact on our district's funding? How will you, in good conscience, mortgage all of our children's future for this economic development plan? Bonding capacity may increase 25 years from now, but I've got an 11-year-old. 25 years from now, he'll be 37 and maybe have kids of his own, although he would be horrified to think of that. But that's generations of children who will have to go without the ad valorem taxes in this district. And so how can you in good conscience do this?
Louis Toro. Catherine Bierman. Rick Nagel will follow, or Catherine.
I'm here. I just had to sit all the way in the back because this is the second week in a row that this chamber has been filled like this, but for two different issues. So I am Kate Bierman. I'm a Ward 4 resident. I am a business owner employing more than 40 people without the need of a $600 million check. I do it all in core Norman. And we preserved an historic building here in downtown, again, without the need for any city help. I would like to ask how many of you, and I already know the answer is 1, remember that it was this time of year in 2017, 7 years ago, that small groups of council members were sat down in that study room right there and told about an extension of the University North Park TIF to fund an arena and entertainment district plan. I was one of those council members representing Ward 1, And it was only a $100 million plan back then. It's quite the inflation rate in 7 years. And so I wonder how many of you remember that most of us at that time were relatively new. The plan had been talked about by business leaders and staff for quite some time before it ever reached us. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? So I would like to ask how many of you remember that the OU Foundation did not work in good faith with the 2017-2018 council after we made it clear that we would not take their spoon-fed and their inflated numbers plan. The senior center was long delayed because OU dragged their feet on the land swap in North Base explicitly because of the arena negotiations. Open records requests, again, shedding a lot of light on the shadowy backroom deals that have been happening. How many of you remember that the UNP developers in the OU Foundation have a very poor history of following through on their promises, even ones codified in the TIF agreements, which is why I, at the time, pushed so hard and wrote amendments to shore up these remaining TIF loopholes that are now trying to be exploited. That was my last stand on the TIF as we tried to wind it down and end the increment. I wonder how many of you remember that it was no coincidence we had a change in top city staff during those negotiations. I wonder how many of you remember that the OU Foundation made it very clear back in 2018 that this plan was not going away, that they considered this a part of their long-term plans and that they would be coming back. So I don't know who approached who this time, but I am not surprised that this zombie has come back once again. I cannot imagine what a $600 million full sales tax diversion TIF would do to the city budget. I don't know how many of you remember that in 2017, 2018, and 2019, we faced budget cuts. And the city manager said in his letter to city council at that time that a large portion of the reason for that was because of the pressure that the UNP TIF increment was doing to the city budget. We did also face
Rick Nagel or Nagel, I'm not sure.
Hello, my name is Rick Nagel. I'm a citizen and member of Ward 3. I moved to Norman in 1991 to go to school, and it is my great honor today to serve as a regent in governing the University of Oklahoma. The good thing about going last is that they're here towards the end, that there's not very many of my questions now that are still left standing, but there are a few. But I want to open with one in the spirit of just kind of hopefully putting some context to this. Somebody asked earlier if we're having fun, and we are. This is fun. I mean, this is what this process is really all about. You know, we as citizens elect you to look at and decide on incredibly complex matters, big and small, and then we, the people, have a right to come in and look you in the eye and talk about those issues. This is how the process is supposed to work, and I appreciate all of you being here tonight late into the evening, and for everybody that's been in attendance and for the 150 or so that are online watching today. I've got a couple of just direct questions that hopefully can be answered here in real time. Again, it feels like there's continues to be some misunderstanding about how TIFs work. We talk about revenue diversion, we talk about whether or not this is ultimately, maybe there's some hidden taxes in here that we've spent a lot of time trying to wade through and understand. My questions are this. We've heard the number 600 million comes up over and over and over again. It's come up here, it's come up in the press, it's come up with op-eds. One, what is the real number? And what is the number that the city's portion of this that you're going to be voting on is? As I understand that to be kind of 27% of a total. If the number is 600 million, that'd be about 140, I believe. Please verify. If we leverage that using the state act, the number is more like 69 million, backstopped obviously through the county. My second question is it, again, Joe Castiglione asked a very direct question about whether or not that represents an increase in anybody's taxes, including his or mine or anybody else in this room. I've read that it would equal a $4,500 tax, I guess taking 600 million, dividing it by the total population of Norman. Is that true or false? By the research I've done, it seems to be false. They think the number is actually zero. We've talked about risk. I'm curious what the actual risk is to citizens to the extent this doesn't work out. My understanding is that there is no risk at the project, that there's actually third parties that are involved in the financing, issuing the bonds, and taking the risk of the payments. We've heard about cannibalization. It's been said that new developments essentially change traffic patterns, which results in cannibalization of businesses, really without any respect to backfill. I'm wondering if there's data that supports that. It seems to me that if that were the case, any net new development anywhere would mean some other area of a city is decimated, or does it stand to reason that as Norman's population has shown to continue to grow, that in this case may be a rise? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the number 600 million is a cap amount that exists in the development agreement. And it said that would be the top end of how much tax increment would be provided to the project. Construction cost estimates financed over 25 years range from about 507 million to about 540 million, of which 73% would be from ad valorem sources. The remainder would be dependent upon sales tax increment to be deposited and utilized for debt service. The Leverage Act is a match against those sales tax dollars. It doesn't, in those early years, reduce the amount of sales tax needed for debt service. What it does is it provides the opportunity to accelerate the retirement of the debt. And there's a couple of schools of thought. Obviously, once the debt for the arena component of the entertainment district is retired, those ad valorem and sales tax dollars generated in that tax increment financing district would again pass through to those taxing jurisdictions. It may also be an item to consider when I was talking to counterparts in Oklahoma City about projects that they had pay off early. How did those new dollars to the taxing jurisdictions impact their budget? And the response was, why would we want to pay them off early? We add projects to TIF areas during that 25-year period to take full advantage of ad valorem dollars available and state leverage acts dollars available. So it's a thing for council to consider. So we would think, and I'm looking at Kathy here, to the sales tax component of that debt service over 25 years is approximately 138 million. But the more Leverage Act dollars come in, the quicker that debt gets paid off, and it could result in substantially less sales tax increment being utilized for that debt service. Ms. O'Connor, if I captured that even remotely close, please help me fill in the blanks.
And find the exact page of the slide, but the sales tax revenues and the ad valorem revenues are allocated in the project plan to pay for project costs. And the project costs are assistance in development and finance and administrative costs. They're not specifically directed to pay debt service. They are for assistance in development finance that is paid to the developer or to the developer as an obligation to complete the project. So I want to be really clear about that. The sales tax revenues are estimated to be about $151 million that are generated by both construction sales tax and taxable sales that will take place within the district over the 25-year period. And the ad valorem revenues are about $389 million. The total of the project costs is capped at $600 million, but that is to fund $230 million of arena plus infrastructure-related costs. So that's the principal amount, so to speak. And because that amount will be financed, it will take more than $230 million to fund that amount of principal, just like it does when you buy a house. So that's where the $600 million cap comes from. The other thing I just wanted to try to say while I was up here, to be clear, is that the item that you're considering tonight is the project plan. And the project plan contemplates $1.1 billion worth of investment. And typically, in other TIF districts that I've worked on across the state, the project plan is adopted completely independently of any specific discussion about an economic development agreement with a specific developer. You do the TIF district is created first through the adoption of this project plan, and then the council would enter into economic development agreements with individual developers over the course of the 25-year of the TIF. This case, you all are going to see an economic development agreement in 2 weeks that obligates most of that $1.1 billion in anticipated investment through the $650 million that's included in the economic development agreement. But I want to be clear that what you're looking at tonight is the project plan. And that is $1.1 billion. It is more property than what is owned by the University of Oklahoma Foundation. So that's why it's more. And TIF districts, lots of experience in Oklahoma City, lots of experience in other cities in Oklahoma, a bigger area, a bigger number anticipated for development, and then individual development agreements come in after that, that obligate the developer to perform, to complete the development in order to receive the assistance in development finance amounts. So I just wanted to take that chance to kind of clarify some of that.
Next speaker is Lawrence McKinney, followed by Floyd Carroll, and then Bill Waterhouse.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. Lawrence McKinney, Ward 3, and President of NEDC. The city is aware the property under consideration is permanently restricted and retail sales are not allowed. Are you also aware that several retail projects have been denied by the 90% rule? So far, only Subaru has been approved, but they don't pay sales tax to the city except through a service department. It's been stated tonight that this development will negatively impact Norman Public Schools. Has council seen the letter by Norman Public Schools CFO that refutes any negative impact and states in time Norman Public taxes could be lower? Of the $1.1 billion development, and to be clear, that's $770 million private, $100 million OU, $230 million city, county, and state. What amount of city retail sales tax is requested, and what percent of the total development is this? Is it true, based on city-supplied Placer AI data, that of the 5% of city investment in this $1.1 billion project, that 60% of the 5% is actually paid by out-of-town visitors? Is it council's understanding that this project will pay the city $39 million in taxes for public safety, Norman Ford, and Norman Bond projects? In recruiting Panasonic, Volkswagen, and others, the state is willing to invest $700 million for 4,000 jobs. Is $50 million too much for 5,000 jobs and billions in local business spending? And finally, we've talked a lot tonight about the city giving up taxes it doesn't currently have, that some have said would be diverted. Hard to divert something you don't have, created solely by the developers. With 5,000 jobs created, does council realize that businesses outside the district will be the recipient of spending groceries, clothing, housing, homes, charitable giving to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars in annual spending, which also generates sales tax for the city? Thank you.
Floyd Carroll, are you still here? Bill Waterhouse.
Bill Waterhouse. I'm a retired businessman here in Norman. I retired as Oklahoma's last Ferrari dealer back in 1994. And we used to have business after hours. And we'd always have the biggest crowds for the people that come in for the free wine and looking at a showroom full of Ferraris, what's not to like? But anyway, the biggest thing was not to have us hosted it all the time and have the other players be in there. At that time, there was less than 500 members in the Bureau. And today, I think they have 1,200 members. But I decided to go to the Bureau, and because I had a friend in Dallas that was thinking about coming to Norman. He loved the town and everything, and he could probably put in, one of 10 different businesses. And so I went over to do some research for him, and I happened to be there at noontime, and they were having everybody coming out of their offices, and they were going, Team Norman, and rah, 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 and everything. And so I said, I'm here to find out something about, some options. And they said, oh, just go to your computer and you pull up Team Norman and you'll find out everything you need to know. So it was at lunchtime, and so I went home and I pulled it up on the computer, and sure enough, there was 200 acres north of Norman, and it was all viable and everything, and that's all they talked about. So I went back, this is about middle of the afternoon, and I figured I'd try to avoid that crowd. So I went in and asked about options for the Bureau there and everything, and so I got the same thing. Go to Team Norman and you'll find out everything, so you just gotta kind of railroad it into that. And here you've got 1,200 members, and if somebody calls in or somebody walks in, they're just getting railroaded into Team Norman. So it's not helping the city of Norman at all. All it is, and those people should take and get an office up in the North District and take Team Norman and everybody and just leave the Bureau members there, the 1,200 people in that building, and let them promote Norman.
Sir, do you have a question about the project plan?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, because, which leads me to the thing, so I told them about the Bureau, and I've talked to you about the North District, and you're sold on it. And, saying, is there any options? And no. And so I had an artist draw up a rendering that I brought in to you guys, and which showed the ugliest river in Oklahoma coming into Norman from the south. And this was a picture of a big wooden bridge that had a big Ferris wheel on it and piers and stuff. And I mean, it was exaggerated, but it was to show that there were some options in there. And then I went to the paper, and I talked with Bo Simmons, and talked to him about.
Sir, you ran out of time.
Yes, why don't you take a run at sort of thing like this? And he said, no, we're on board with the North District. So you've got the mayor, you've got the Bureau, you've got.
Sir, you're out of time.
It's a monopoly.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
thank you. No, not interrupting, trying to keep things on course.
He had all of his time plus. Dan Shem?
I've seen Dan.
He's back here. Evan Dunn will follow Dan Shem.
Mayor and council members, Dan Shem, Ward 5. As I think one of our previous speakers said, towards the end, many of the questions have been answered, but I've got just a couple here. The previous TIF, was it scheduled to end before 25 years was up if we had not ended it early? On the land in the district north of Rock Creek that as it currently sits, how much sales tax will that land generate in 2024? How much construction tax would be collected in the arena, and would it be included in the TIF increment? I'm a student or former student at the University of Oklahoma, both undergrad and grad school. At that time, downtown looked significantly different. Did downtown grow and thrive during the past TIF? If this project doesn't happen, what type of development would, and would it equate to close to $800 million of private investment? I did see in there that there's estimated $8 million of guest tax that would be collected. Have you all seen how guest tax has been used and sales tax to improve infrastructure in downtown and support events like Art Walk, Fall Fest, and the newly created Crimson Friday concert series? Thank you.
Evan Dunn. Tassie Hirschfeld will follow Evan.
Oh, I love OU. Evan Dunn, Ward 7. I love spectacle. I love bread and I love circus. However, to support that demands some other attention. To promote the perfection of athleticism must be balanced by a commitment to perfecting the life of the mind. So I think my question is, why aren't we calling this an entertainment and enlightenment district? Why aren't we putting a branch of the Sam Noble Natural History Museum? Why aren't we putting a branch of brick and mortar, another kind of a segment of the Fred there, or some actual classes? That's what I want to see. I don't have a problem with growth. I think that we'll probably get some of that, the travelers on I-35 who wouldn't have stopped, they'll probably stop. I don't know, 2% of them, 3% of them. Where does the Petroleum Heritage Weather Museum stand? I know Anthony said that we're still dealing with the bonds. We're still trying to work that out. Hey, if you want somebody to quarterback that, I'll do it. Youth Thrones, we'll do it. Because we believe in the power of the atomic theory. Everybody has one of these. The atomic theory is real. Why don't we integrate that into these project plans? That, to me, is the primary question that needs to be answered. The spectacle is great, but we've got to have a balance to that athletic perfection. That's what the Olympics are supposed to show. We're supposed to model the Olympians. Why aren't we doing that? Why aren't we holding each other accountable for these deviations from how we need to conduct ourselves? I'd like to see something that would be welcoming to international students. We all know that international students come here from all over the world. They bring their nation's dollars. That's other people's money. That's other countries' money. And they pay tuition here. They pay full tuition here. We need to show some appreciation to them and to the power of ideas.
Tassie Hirschfeld. Michael Locke.
I'm Michael Locke from Ward 5, is that right? Nash's ward? Okay. I'm nervous, and sometimes I seem hostile, so let's make it clear that I don't know any of you personally. So I'm only talking about what you represent, right? I have 8 questions, feel respected. I think it would be really great if you guys wrote down a question and tried to answer it, right? Because otherwise, well, I'll just get with it. Let's start with my dad real quick. My dad said smart people can explain to the less intelligent something where they understand it. This isn't happening here. This feels to me like a sham. So here's my questions first, right? How many of you elected people feel like you're elected to take care of the whole city instead of just one powerful economic group? You can that's a question to ask. Show of hands, please. How many have already decided how they're going to vote, meaning this is a complete sham? We've heard the mayor ask. We know your opinion from the last time we talked about TIF. You talked about the people in a real hostile way. I bet I could guess on you. I could probably guess on him. But all it requires is a show of hands, and I'll move on. How many have already decided? Right.
Next question, sir.
Next question. You get to tell me my questions too?
No, sir.
Okay, good. My father would say that you're asking $600 million from taxpayers, right, to feed corporate developers, the developers. You haven't convinced anybody this is good for the city. Nobody. Mm-hmm. You say it doesn't risk anything, but it does. It risks the county going bankrupt or part of the county, right? It risks that $600 million. So it does risk something. And for you to sit there and act like it doesn't, is like you're treating me stupid. It does. So here's the rest of the questions. There are about 8 of them, and I'll try to go through them quickly. Okay. First of all, I asked the questions in interest of transparency because that's democracy in action, transparency. And I see how many raised their hand and said they've already decided. Are you to be trusted? Am I supposed to believe that really? The developers come up, they're condescending in their attitudes, they're defensive. Am I supposed to trust them? If this is a business venture, you're asking me as a taxpayer, right, to get in bed and in business with these people. Really? That's not the message that you are giving the public, that this is a trustworthy process.
No, sir, it's 3 minutes, time's out.
My time's up?
Yes, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry, I gave so many statements. Did you get enough questions to answer?
I think so.
Diane Hardison, or Harderson. Is the Diane here? Oh, okay, I'm sorry, didn't hear you. Scott Carmack? Suzette McDowell?
Okay.
That is all.
All right. Are there any questions from I need my microphone back. Are there any questions from council regarding this item? Councilmember Dixon.
My question's for Mr. Knighton. I heard it mentioned a couple times about a TIF oversight committee. Do proposed TIFs 4 and 5 currently have an oversight committee?
No, they do not. And I believe that TIF committee that you're referring to is the TIF committee for the existing UMP TIF south of Rock Creek Road.
Okay. And then I don't know if this will be Anthony, Rick, or Daryl. TIF 3 for the Center City TIF. Do we currently have an EDA for that?
I do not believe so, and that TIF is primarily, my understanding is it's all ad valorem.
Okay. That's it for me.
Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. So we met last week. There was mention of a, similar to HVS, something MPS has requested. Can you elaborate on what study or what information has MPS requested that in addition to this?
Well, my understanding is the school district has requested a similar economic analysis with regard to the ad valorem part of the proposed TIF. So that's their study, they requested it. We don't have access to that unless they were willing to share it with us, but at this point in time, we don't have access to that.
But it could be valuable information, or they wouldn't be asking for it, I assume.
I'm going to assume that they're just doing their due diligence, like we're doing our due diligence, or at least attempting to understand what the economic impact is, so that you can make a decision with regard to whether or not you think that this particular TIF proposal is appropriate.
Okay. I would say if MPS is watching, admin, if they do have that, I think it would be valuable for us to see it before we make a decision. And currently, there is not a final site plan. There was one that passed Planning Commission, but I've met with the developers since then. I know other council members have. We've asked for specific changes to the site plan that was proposed. Has an updated site plan been submitted to city staff yet?
I do not believe so.
But there was some indication that it might be ready in 2 weeks, is what I understand.
Correct. I mean, that's the point in time where you would consider all that information when it goes forward with the zoning and the PUD, along with the potential creation of the TIF district, along with the economic development agreement.
Okay. Traffic and funded projects. Are there any funded traffic enhancement projects that have been designed and I-35 for Rock Creek Road interchange, for Tecumseh and 24th, Tecumseh and Flood, and Tecumseh and I-35? Are there any funded projects that are committed to address those issues?
There's about $3.5 million of authorized project cost in University North Park TIF, TIF number 2, for improvements along Tecumseh and Flood. We are in the process, I believe they've been finally designed. We're in the process of seeking federal matching money to complete those projects.
Do we know how much those projects are anticipated to cost? Flood in Tecumseh, Tecumseh and 24th?
I believe it's about $8 million in total. It's basically turn lanes along Tecumseh, turn lanes along Flood.
Has ODOT committed to any improvements at I-35 in Tecumseh or Rock Creek Road in and I-35?
Not to my knowledge.
We have seen, and there is an I-35 corridor plan, and the I-35 corridor plan does identify those slip ramps at the Rock Creek intersection. So I couldn't tell you the difference between an interchange or an overpass with slip ramps, but it is in the I-35 corridor plan. So it's one of those scenarios where if it's not on the plan, it's probably not in the works. If it's on the plan, it's just a matter of when.
Are either of those projects on ODOT's funding schedule currently?
That I do not know.
Have they given any indication that they would commit to doing those projects if this project is approved?
My
demand could help encourage them to if it develops out.
It is our understanding that the recognition that this project would most likely warrant the investment in those slip ramps.
Okay. You already explained the legal issue with the public vote, and how this area, it being an enterprise zone, and it's grandfathered in, is that correct? It probably wouldn't qualify for that currently, but it was, and so it gets to stay. Is that how I understand that?
That's correct.
And you mentioned this project plan is the same as what the TIF Review Committee and Planning Commission approved. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is the Southwest Wire property still included in this?
Yes, and we've talked about the most efficient way to go about, there's been a request from Southwest Wire to be excluded from the TIF area. And I think we talked about the possibility of either sending it back to the Statutory Review Committee or, once the ordinance is passed, removing that particular parcel as a minor amendment, which wouldn't require that.
And it has been explained to them how the TIF works and what would happen, and they still don't want to be a part of it?
That's correct.
Okay. They are one of our largest private employers, aren't they?
That I do not know.
The concerns that were raised in the Catherine Walker memo, they went over a few of those. Would you say that those concerns have been remedied? Or we
Yes.
won't know until the final EDA comes
Well,
out?
yes, they have been resolved.
Okay. Is there any written guarantee that the proposed private investment will happen? If we do this, are private investors already signed on, they're coming if we just approve this?
It is my understanding that in order to generate enough tax increment in support of that financial assistance, about $1 billion in value has to be built. Under the original conversations we had a year and a half ago about the city incurring debt, the city was working under a model where the city incurs debt and the developer promises to achieve X in value to make debt service. In the current scenario, the motivation is now put back on the developers that if they fail to generate enough value in what they build, they won't be able to make debt service. So they are fully aware of their commitment to generate $1 billion plus or minus in total assessed value upon completion of construction or the project going to default.
Okay. And is Norman suffering from a lack of growth currently?
We are definitely feeling the impact of growth. We do recognize we are many housing units short, and we feel that pressure on a daily basis. We do recognize the demand for services locally, and what's not available locally migrate to some of our neighboring agencies. We did recognize that in the original University North Park development through software that the city employs, how much outside participation in shopping up there currently takes place, and that it's anticipated additional similar numbers would take place north. There does seem to be a shortage of capacity and a surplus of demand currently for restaurants, entertainment, and hotel rooms that we see.
So the city of Norman has a pretty steady and healthy growth rate, and it's, would you say, higher than most cities in the state?
Second fastest growing city in the state of Oklahoma.
More than double the growth of Moore in the last 10 years. I would just note in both population total and in growth rate, significantly more. It's actually not even close. Moore is not even close to Norman in growth, I would just mention. Because I hear that all the time, and the data just does not back up that Moore is doing anything better than us, actually. Since 1980 census, Norman's population has doubled almost exactly. Has that growth solved our budget problems as a city? Have we been able to address all the issues we have because we've had that growth? Or has it created more and bigger problems to deal with?
Boy, that's a question that if we're able to encapsulate that in a book, we need to write that book. Everybody would be interested. What we've seen is, even with the limitation that operations for local government in Oklahoma is, on the revenue stream of sales tax only, we can demonstrate an awful lot of success in our ability to continue to meet the needs. We've invested mightily in transportation, mightily in our water infrastructure, our wastewater infrastructure, and more investments on the way, and can't overlook the support of Norman Forward and what that's meant for our ability to provide those opportunities locally and hopefully prevent the need from our residents from having to travel outside city limits to solve their needs.
But safe to say, though, that as we've grown as a city, our budget has grown, but also so have the costs associated with that growth and providing service and infrastructure to a larger footprint. This one we talked briefly about the impact to the general fund in the HVS study, the 1.2 million per year after the second year of stabilization. And some questions were asked about how we would address that. Did the HVS study take into account if that area causes a loss in the general fund? Does it take into account other parts of Norman that may grow during that same time, like southeast Norman, for example, which is experiencing a lot of development currently, and more that is proposed and has been approved? Does it take into account growth in other parts of the city that may occur during that time period?
There was a mighty attempt to quantify those impacts, and as Mr. Francisco pointed out, there are lots and lots of assumptions. We have made assumptions in budget development over the last handful of years. And as a former finance director, I'll tell you, sometimes we're great and sometimes we're lucky. And, but there's a lot of educated guesses that go into revenue projections as part of that budget development process, and we share those assumptions that we make with our elected officials and the public over about a 5-month period as part of budget development. Other assumptions that we are in anticipation of witnessing and experiencing the impact are related to things like, what does it mean to be a part of the Southeastern Conference? And in our visits with our counterparts in the SEC, when we talked about what is the impact of a Big 12 game on the local economy, that number is 11.2 million plus or minus. And what is the impact of a home game in the SEC? And our counterparts told us that number is 33 million. And we've watched how their budgets have been impacted by increased visitors, longer stays, and more money spent. In current information that we've received through the utilization of software that tracks spending, what we witnessed is in a Big 12 home game, as an example, the typical hotel stay was 2 nights and the typical room rate was $200. And what we've already seen booked and paid for in the SEC, it's 3 nights and the average room rate bumped up to $600. So we're seeing that type of economic activity. It'll be months before it translates into how does that impact our budget, but those are the things we're seeing. And whatever information we have right up at the time when Mr. Francisco's revenue projections go hard, we will bring all that data and all that information and all of our assumptions to the council and to the public. And there are so many variables that impact all of our revenue sources that it could be dead on accurate what the folks at HVS have seen. And I can tell you there are substantial development proposals circulating right now that don't have anything to do with University North Park or the entertainment district that we think will provide additional draw from outside Norman. And that's information that HVS didn't have access to either.
And those game day numbers, like some SEC schools are in big cities like Nashville or Austin, for example, and others are smaller cities than Norman, like Tuscaloosa, for example, or Columbia, Missouri, or College Station, where all 3 of those are smaller than Norman in population. They're not close to another big city. I mean, they're 45 minutes, an hour away from Austin or Houston or from St. Louis or Kansas City or Birmingham, I guess. And so when comparing Norman to other cities, how do we compare when we're right next to a much larger city? We're part of its, central metro area. People don't have to stay in Norman to go to an OU football game. A lot of them live in the metro area and can stay at home or just travel down to Norman for the day. A lot of them could stay in hotels in Moore or Oklahoma City if they can't get one in Norman. Whereas a place like Tuscaloosa, it'd be hard to stay in Birmingham and come to the game the next day, or stay in St. Louis and go to Columbia the next day. So I just wondered how those game day revenue versus apples to apples, orange to orange, that type of comparison, since we're kind of in a different situation than what I see most of the other cities in the SEC.
Your Honor, we recognize that in visits and lengthy conversations with our counterparts, in that they really don't have an alternative in a realistic drive time. We have several days on the calendar where we don't have any hotel capacity in Norman. our initial thought was, boy, that Young Family Athletic Center, it's really bringing them in and we're filling the hotels. And the last couple of big events where we received calls from event promoters, we need 115 hotel rooms, and Norman has none. And we didn't have an event at the Young Family Athletic Center, which was a little shocking to think that that's where our capacity really is. There are hotel components in the entertainment district, hopefully to fill some of that need. And what we do recognize is folks are most likely to spend their discretionary dollars closer to their hotel room. They're more likely to eat closer to their hotel room. And if we don't have the capacity, they'll go to more and they'll go to Oklahoma City, who really don't need a whole lot more of our help to make money. They've figured out a way to do that on their own. So the objective would be to create the capacity necessary to capture as many of those dollars as possible locally.
Okay. And then one of the numbers I've heard posted about and promoted is 3,000, housing for 3,000 residents. So, but what we're hearing now is 500 units. So what am I missing? Where are the 3,000 residents? Or units or housing units?
Yeah, depending on what we're looking at in terms of bodies per unit or number of units. At the end of the day, the development agreement will identify the requirement to develop enough value in ad valorem to cover the debt service. So it's $1 billion. What that final mix looks like may change over time, which is why in the original University North Park, that development agreement was amended 5 times. And market conditions changed throughout the development process. And ideas that made sense and were market-driven at the time the original development agreement was approved didn't necessarily receive the support in the marketplace the time they were ready to break ground. And they came back to council and said, we really can't build that. We need to build this instead. And that's information that we believe is likely in this particular scenario. And what doesn't get built as phase 1, which includes an arena, parking structure, 140,000 square feet of specialty retail, and the outdoor entertainment venue, hotel, and phase 1 of residential development. That's all going to be coming out of the ground about the same time. And market forces will have an impact on what the balance of the site develops into. And we would anticipate that being a combination of professional office space and residential development. And 5 years from now, will there be a greater demand for single family, or will there be a greater demand for a townhome scenario, row houses, or will there be a greater demand for a single family product? Yet to be determined. But we know generically on the map where each of those elements will be built, size and scale to be determined closer to building permit time.
Well, the reason I ask is that there were a series of posts on social media in July with the title Fact of the Day, and one of them was housing for 3,000 people. So is that a fact?
That I couldn't tell you, and I know there's an estimate of how many people live in a unit. Generically speaking, I couldn't tell you. I wasn't looking at that number.
But it's not written anywhere currently that there will be 3,000 housing units.
Correct, not 3,000 housing units. Oh, thank you.
There was never 3,000 housing units contemplated. And some of this is the difference between what the developer is willing to commit to, which is where the 500 unit number comes from for multifamily, and the difference between that and the project plan, the larger area. So there could be additional housing units built if the market will support it beyond the 500 that you referenced, that were I think the multifamily units that the foundation's willing to commit to.
So there could be
There could
outside
be.
of the entertainment district area, but there's
And I don't know where the 3,000 new residents number came
the
from.
university touted it as a fact.
Well,
On their
you'd
social
have to talk
media,
to them
so I
about
just
that.
want to ask that question and be clear about it. If it's a fact or not, I mean, it either is or isn't, in my opinion. And so I just want to be careful about what we are promoting to the public and what's being promised out there and being touted as fact if it is not. Same thing, fact of the day that there will be 5,000 new jobs created in this area. Is that a fact? Will there be 5,000 new jobs created by this entertainment district? And is that in writing?
I don't know if that exists in the development agreement. It's in a report.
Yeah, the economic development agreement that is being negotiated does not commit to a certain number of jobs. So, I think you're referring to presentations that were made early on, and how that differs now. And I think the meat, maybe, Councilmember Holman, of what you're asking is the difference in those early presentations versus what is being committed to in the economic development agreement. So we know that in the project plan, we know that the project area and the TIF districts include property that is not owned by the OU Foundation. So that addresses some of the differences between what is being contractually obligated of the developer in the EDA, right? Because they can't be contractually obligated to develop on property that they don't own. So that accounts for some of those big differences that you're identifying. And just to echo what Kathy said, we're not going to talk about what we're not capable, we're not in a position to talk about what was public and made on all the bright, beautiful pictures. But we do know that portions of that, the OU Foundation is obligated to build on the property that they own. So that's what the EDA contemplates. And it differs from the project plan because the project plan includes more area and because there's because the contractual obligation exists, it's tricky to say we're going to build, they are willing to commit to build 500 residential units. That does not mean that they won't build more, but they don't want to be in default, under the economic development agreement. So that's one of those kind of, negotiating points, right, that we landed on in our work in trying to reach a deal with the developer on the economic development agreement. So I think that maybe it's not a, put a bow on it answer, but I think that maybe addresses some of the things that you're, rightfully poking around on.
I do appreciate that. Again, these were posts that were made in July over a span of a week and a half or so on multiple social media pages promoting this, stating that it's a fact that it will have 3,000 residential units and will create 5,000 new jobs. And so I'm just cautious about promising that or making the public believe that that's what's going to happen if it isn't actually what's in writing and guaranteed. So I
Yeah,
do
they're not
appreciate-
contractually obligated to do those two things that you just mentioned.
Does the UNP deed restriction prohibit housing and an arena from being developed on the north half?
Does not preclude housing. I don't know if the arena meets the definition of the deed restriction from a retail perspective. And we're doing our best to get a microphone at the table next time our microphone died. Mr. Francisco, I apologize. Kathy, I'm sorry.
If, under the existing plan unit development, I suspect that an arena could qualify, and this is council's discretion, but could qualify under the economic development or industrial factors in that plan unit development agreement. So again, what you could approve could include that, and again, it's a subjective question.
And just to clarify, the north half, north of Rock Creek to Tecumseh, has had development. We've had the Terra Apartments, the Sooner Station.
Emmy.
Living Center, Emmy. And then on the north side along Tecumseh, there's several retail and a couple restaurants and things. How were those, if you would explain for everybody, how were those allowed to go through on the north half?
They are in concert with the existing plan unit development. So from a zoning perspective, there was no issue with that.
So the covenant, the 90% approval, that didn't apply to the
That's correct.
El Huevo or Land Run or any of those?
That's correct.
Is OU writing a $300 million check for this project? I heard that comment made tonight by a person, so.
No, I
just
believe
hadn't
the
heard that
comment
yet,
was.
so. I know OU is contributing. I just hadn't heard that number or that they were writing a check for it or anything, so I just wanted to clarify that.
So the ideology in the capital stack to get to a $330 million construction bundle, the University of Oklahoma will sign a 25-year lease agreement, and it is the ability to monetize the value of that lease agreement to the tune of approximately $100 million that show up at the front end of the construction of the arena component.
Okay. And do we know, does the OU Foundation, do they own property in Moore or in Goldsby?
I do not know.
But they do own this property?
Correct.
Are there any other SEC arenas that are off campus and paid for with public dollars or TIF?
We recognize the University of Kentucky, perhaps the premier basketball school in the SEC, plays ball in the Rupp Arena, which is a city and county of Lexington, Kentucky, owned and operated asset. So it's not on campus. It's in an entertainment area off campus and has substantial participation from the local government.
And it's kind of in between their downtown and their campus, on the edge of both. And if I understand, it was publicly funded in the 1970s. And I know they've made a lot of improvements. We got to go there and visit. So from what I understand, all the SEC arenas are on campus and have all been funded through private donations or corporate sponsors or whatnot. I'm not aware of any that have been developed using a TIF mechanism before, but
Yeah,
maybe
not aware.
The freshman class growth by 20%, I was just wondering if the total OU enrollment has grown. Like our freshmen, a lot of freshmen are coming to OU, are they staying and graduating from OU?
It is
That
our
same rate, I
understanding
guess.
that they are finishing their education, at least the undergraduate, and we do lose some to grad schools and other communities, but we also receive incoming grad students from outside the University of Oklahoma's undergrad programs. So, and those are statistics we can put our hands on pretty quickly through the university in terms of graduation rates and what those numbers have done, just to make sure they stay constant through the program.
Okay, and one of the questions was about impact to MPS when the TIF matures. We don't really know that currently.
Yeah, assessed value could be substantially higher by the time that TIF matured, but we do recognize an increase in assessed value does translate directly to an increase in capital dollars earned in a GO bond question asked.
And if any of the other TIFs in Oklahoma that have been mentioned, are there, like I've heard 230 million in Jinx or somewhere, and then Oklahoma City's, of course, done several in Tulsa. Have any of them authorized up to $600+ million?
I
Or
do not
was
believe so.
the 230 the total authorized amount in those other TIFs? I would wonder about that, if
I'll have to ask our experts. It's seen a lot more.
whether it is the largest one in the history of the state or not.
Councilmember Holman, could I
Yes,
respond to one
please.
part of that? I just wanted to mention, or, respond to the part where you asked about if it's 293, or, it depends on who's doing the financing, right? So this is not the city or the Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority doing the financing. This is assistance in development financing going to a developer to help make a development happen. So that's why it's this larger number, right? And they're issuing debt to pay this large amount, and we're providing assistance in this higher amount in order to help them pay the principal of that debt. So that's why there's one interesting difference. There are project plans, and Norman's first UNP one included this, where it's an amount, and then plus the cost of issuance and finance, plus the cost of financing and cost of issuance. And that's completely lawful under the Local Development Act, and is the way to do it if the public entity, in this case, the Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority, is doing the financing. And as we've talked about quite a bit tonight, that's not what's happening here.
Has anybody else done a TIF this large? and doing that same method that you just mentioned?
So there's, the many area-wide TIF districts. There's one, Kathy and I were just talking about the downtown Oklahoma City TIF, which covers a very large geographical area and has multiple TIF districts inside of it that have been triggered, over the years. And the budget in that project plan and those increment districts altogether is very large, over 600 million, over 800 million. So so people can hear, that does not include the cost of financing, is what Kathy just said. So, there are lots of different ways to do these things. And that one is a good example of many different TIF districts inside of a larger project area. Each TIF district kind of has its focus, has its own budget, so there's lots of different ways to do it. I hope that addressed your question.
Yes. And then those are multiple different projects under one area.
Yeah, it's not even, it's multiple different TIF districts and then lots of different projects within each TIF district. So it's really this idea of it being, trying to spur private investment and, figure out how to make private investment happen by providing some assistance to help those projects happen. So in that way, it's super analogous here. If the city were to go forward with this, it would be because it's endeavoring to incentivize this large-scale private investment. So that concept is similar to how Oklahoma City does most of its TIF districts.
Okay,
And frankly, many of the communities that we work with.
thank you. And almost done, but these are most of the questions that I heard tonight and then a few that I had on my own. But tonight, though, I did hear a few different numbers, and if you would just clarify what they each mean. I've heard the number 650 million. I've heard 1.1 billion. I've heard 550 million. I've heard 230 million. And then I've heard that our contribution's only 60-something million. And so what are all those numbers?
So I'll just give it a shot and then Kathy can come up and tell me where I messed it up. But 600 million is the authorized project budget in the project plan. And we're here on the first public hearing for that project plan. The projections that many folks have reviewed, and Hunden and Commerce and HVS, indicate that about 151 million of that will be generated from sales taxes. The rest is generated from increases in property taxes because of the development that happens. So I can't do that math quick enough, but it's in the presentation and it's 600 minus 150. So that's the concept of like the split between the sales tax and ad valorem split. When it's generated, it becomes increment and it's used to pay assistance in development financing. But that kind of is the split on what we think may be generated by sales tax and what we think would be generated by ad valorem. So it's a heavy ad valorem increment district.
And so,
Councilman, the $650 million number versus that 600 million budget, $650 million is the anticipated assessed value of what will be developed on OU Foundation land, which is obviously short of the billion plus total investment. And that's because the tax increment financing district is larger than land owned by the OU Foundation. So when you take all of the TIF generating real estate, it is anticipated that the total value at build out will be $1.1 billion and change. So that's the difference between the 650 million and the 1.1 billion. They will commit in a development agreement to commit to build $650 million worth. They can't commit, but they will be relying on, and they fully anticipate the balance of the TIF district building out 450 million plus or minus.
So if we invest, not all city sales tax dollars, but if we approve up to $600 million to be spent, the idea is that incentivizes another roughly $600 million in private investment.
And
I heard
when-
800, and I've heard $1 billion, but it's the total is $1 billion, not we're getting $1 billion in private investment. We're investing half of that.
And what we need to be conscious of is when we're talking 600 million, we're talking at the end of 25 years. And when we're talking 1.1 billion, we're talking in 7 years. So in today's dollars, we're talking about 230 million local invested, 800 plus million in private investment in the near term. Over the life of the TIF, that $230 million upfront cost will wind up costing about $540 million. And in 25 years, the value of what was built could be many billions.
Okay. And then, let's see here. Just a question, could approval of a TIF be based on a public-approved vote to fund a city-owned parking structure? As in, if that were the way it was proposed in the beginning, if we had put a question to the public to say, will you approve funding to build a parking garage next to this arena that the city would own and collect revenue from? And if voters approve that, then the council would approve the TIF. I don't know if that exactly would work that way, but a way where it's like a caveat. If the public votes for this, then we will commit to doing this, that type of thing. Because I've heard that asked why we didn't do that.
Is your underlying financial arrangement a TIF, or is it something different?
A TIF, like the council would approve a TIF pending a public voting to approve this piece of public infrastructure that's owned by the public.
I think we'd be in the same position that we were in regarding the prior resolution. Because the issue is, when you look at how the Local Development Act sets up the process, that vote part comes at the end. It could be either by referendum, repealing an ordinance. It could be by initiative, because council could vote to not approve the ordinance, and the citizens could put together an initiative, get the sufficient signatures, and then ultimately set it up for an initiative vote, which would be approval of an ordinance. So because of the way that the Local Development Act set that up, I think we'd be in the same problem.
Okay.
I mean, if you did it as a bond, then there would be an election, if you were proposing to build that parking structure with
That's what I
bond
would say, like the public approves a bond to build the parking structure, which we would then own, and then the council votes for or against the TIF based on how that election turned out. That was just, I know people have asked about multiple ways it
And
could
to make sure I'm clear, I think toward the end of that, I think you said approve a bond and then vote to approve a TIF.
the council would kind of commit to if the public voted.
But I don't think you can mix those two. Well, unless you're talking about approving a TIF with regard to other property, not including the garage.
Possibly.
It gets really complicated.
But I did want to ask about that, just as people have asked about different ways that there could have been a public vote or could be, so. And then the Leverage Act funds available, and got that TIF district. Is there a guarantee that we would get the amount that's been talked about from the state?
No.
I know there's no guarantee with state funding ever, so. But all indications that we would, if we do this, that funding would be there. And what happens if that state Leverage Act funding does not come through?
All indications are from the State Department of Commerce, who has done their own economic analysis and reviewed other economic analysis prepared by outside agencies. They have indicated that this project does qualify for Leverage Act. People who have been working in that space for many years in Oklahoma City and Tulsa will tell you there is a formula that happens inside a magic box, and we don't know how the State Department of Commerce comes to their conclusion as to how much of a match they're willing to make. Dollar for dollar, 75 cents on the dollar. It'll be a number that they derive from their estimates of the value of tourism this project may have for the state of Oklahoma. But, yeah, we've met with the State Department of Commerce and those analysts on multiple occasions, and they were very comfortable with this proposal and its ability to meet those Leverage Act dollars. In the event Leverage Act dollars didn't materialize or they came in substantially lower than what is possible, there is no more tax increment available to the project. 600 million is the cap over 25 years, and if it's not covered in Leverage Act and it's not covered in sales tax increment or ad valorem increment, 600 million is all there is.
And then my last one was, will the construction sales tax, will that go to the increment? Or I think it was one of the last questions we heard. Will that go to the increment or to general fund as it's being constructed?
The non-voter approved portion would go to tax increment, and it is estimated that construction sales tax from that first phase of development coming out of the ground would generate approximately $18 million in sales tax. And there's a paperwork process to go through to identify the city of Norman as the point of sale as those construction materials are deposited. The city would still collect and retain public safety sales tax, Norman Forward sales tax, and public transportation sales tax, even out of those construction dollars. And basically, those dollars in the Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority, if that's where Mr. Francisco tracks those dollars when they're submitted to us, they could be available in that tax increment financing assistance to cover capitalized interest, because we know it'll be a couple of years before the ad valorem side catches up. So in that financing, you would likely capitalize interest and just say, okay, lenders, we're not going to be able to make much in the way of debt service payments for the first couple of years. But if we can cover some of those capitalized interest demands with construction sales tax, it ultimately helps us pay off the project faster.
So even though the materials aren't going to be purchased in the area, they'll be purchased somewhere else, maybe in Norman, maybe not, we would still get sales tax from the construction materials?
Correct.
But because it's a project being built in the TIF area, we would be committing that to the increment and not to the.
That is my understanding.
That's correct. The economic development agreement obligates the developer to make certain reporting. And, you know, the point of sale, the point of delivery is what determines where the sales tax, where construction sales taxes are charged. So if that does happen and is properly reported, then it would mean that that sales tax is considered increment and would go into the apportionment fund to be used to pay assistance in development financing to the developer to make the project happen.
Thank you all for answering my questions. Thank you, everyone, for your patience and letting me ask them. So that's all I have for tonight. Thanks.
Yes. Councilmember Holman hit on a lot of things. My question is for City Manager Pyle, and it has to deal with civic IQ. Earlier today, we spoke about an FAQ page after this evening that could go up on our TIF information website that addresses some of the points brought up by our citizens and also council. I'll say one of them, there's a conflation between the EDA and project plan, and I feel we should definitely delineate between the two. And this would come with the fact that I could see how people would be misled with fact of the day posts, but also our planning commissioners, when they approved the project plan, talked about affordable housing, workforce housing, living wage jobs, and those are part of the economic development agreement, which did not come before them. As I understand it, the project plan is just for this, our portion of the TIF funding. Going for an arena and parking garage would not subsidize affordable housing, workforce housing, and it's up to the operator to decide whether there's living wage jobs.
And Councilmember Grant, to that point, in my conversations with some of our neighboring agencies that are very active in the world of TIFs, and we talked about when they mature early, to make sure you have the ability to take advantage of the generation of increment long after that project is paid for. It would provide you with an opportunity to invest in things you determined appropriate, like buying down the cost of housing in that particular project area.
Okay, so this question would be for, I believe, Ms. Pomeroy. With the project plan that we have to vote on, Or actually, that would be in the EDA, correct?
Those items, those three items.
No, if we paid, I mean, like, I don't think we'll actually, it's 230 million, 600 cap. Like, that would probably all go to the parking garage and arena, correct? Like, we.
Correct, yes. The project plan is clear about the authorized project costs. The big bulk of it is assistance and development financing. So that's to go to make the development happen. And it's not just the arena and the parking garage. The OU Foundation, who's the developer, is obligated to build much more than that. The arena,
But our
the
TIF
parking garage.
funding, our portion is going for mainly the structure for the arena and parking garage. It's not going to subsidize housing or build office. It's going to an arena and parking garage, correct?
It is going to make the $650 million investment happen. And the $650 million investment includes housing, the retail strip, the arena, the parking garage, more than, I'm just listing those things to make clear that it's more than just the arena and the parking garage.
And Mrs. Pomeroy, is there an opportunity in the event, because we recognize 600 million as a cap, and actual construction dollars, including financing costs, somewhere between 507 and 540 million. If that is the case at the end of the project identified in the development agreement, does council have the ability to amend the plan to continue to use generated tax increment if it's generated 540 million in 13 years and they have, 11, 12 years left potentially to collect? Could council direct additional or future TIF dollars to be used to buy down affordability inside the project area?
That would certainly be an amendment to the project plan that, changes the scope and nature of the project plan. So
Would that be included in the EDA, any approval of it's like if we pay this, or, this is paid off early and we have funds, we can, you will commit to us amending the plan in the future?
I don't quite see that work. I'm thinking on the fly, so forgive me for that, but I don't quite see that working because their capital stack, they being the entities that are financing this thing, are reliant on multiple different sources of funds, including the assistance and development financing. So when their lenders are looking at their capital stack and saying, what's this source look like? What's this source look like? It really can't be, caveated. Their lenders will want it to not be caveated in a way that would take revenues that might otherwise be used as assistance that they can then pledge towards their debt. And it would have like this stream going off this way. My impression is that their lenders wouldn't go for that. But that doesn't mean that if the project is a success and the assistance and development financing that's authorized by the project plan is paid, that doesn't mean that there can't be other action by this body to fund other, wants and desires and needs of the city. But it would be a new take on it.
Okay, and then this has to deal with the EDA. Mostly, I was looking online real quick. February 2024, K4 reports ZipRecruiter to have a livable wage is $26.97 an hour, and that's $56,102 a year. And then Oklahoma Policy Institute says 2 out of 5 wage earners do not make enough to afford a 2-bedroom rental. In Oklahoma, you're going to need $18 an hour, and for a 1-bedroom, it's going to be $14.32. So can you, in the EDA, require the operator or whoever owns it to pay a living wage?
This is an issue that, consistent with your direction, we have been communicating with the OU Foundation about. They know that it's a request that's been made by this body, and it's an item that we are seeking ways to figure out if can work in the Economic Development Agreement.
And Councilmember Grant, in my conversations with the attorney representing the new county trust that'll actually borrow the money, they recognize in their RFP for operators, that there will be an expectation that the operators, one, bring capital to build the project, and two, how do you differentiate the potential proposals? One of the elements to be weighted will be based on the wage scale anticipated. And as it relates to a definition of a living wage, I can just tell you in many conversations, the benchmark has been what the State Department of Commerce labels as, I don't know if they call it living wage, they call it, they have a title for it, but at the time, it was $17.50 an hour plus benefits, quality jobs. That was kind of how they anchored it. And I don't know how frequently they update that number.
They list what the benefits were, like health, dental, vision,
I will
retirement.
pull that information and send it out to everybody and include it in our FAQ from tonight's meeting.
Thank you. Then my next question goes to the legal process around the petition, referendum petition, if we get there, either for or against, whatever. So as I understand it, the developers would not proceed with the project until the vote was, if the referendum was successful and it went to a vote, they wouldn't build anything until the vote happened.
Well, that would be up to them. Obviously, you're taking a risk if you knew that if council approved the TIF and you knew that a referendum is going to have to be filed with the city clerk. They're going to have 30 days to collect the signatures. So if you begin building something and you knew that there was a referendum out there, that's your risk that you're taking. So I don't think there's anything we can do about that, but that would be something I would anticipate a fairly sophisticated sort of developer would understand, that if you wanted to go out and start building immediately, and ultimately there was a referendum and it was successful, that's just a risk that you're taking.
Okay, thank you. And then I heard that, we're not responsible for the debt, but is there a potential where we could end up with a half-built district?
What we would anticipate with the $230 million capital stack that is backed by tax increment financing assistance. What else comes out of the ground at the same time in phase one? The 140,000 square feet of retail, hotel, parking structure, in the first phase of housing. We would anticipate cash in the bank to make that happen, where we would recognize the greatest potential risk isn't in phase one, but it would be in future phases. And it could be a global event. And we've seen pandemics, and boy, we've seen a lot in the last 5 years that could produce a scenario that requires future capital requests by the developer. They won't attempt to finance the entire development. They're going to finance phase one, and they won't start until all those dollars are available. So we believe the likelihood of failure happening during the development of phase one is very low. If there was not success, it would be on property that had not yet begun, and what we believe would happen would be what might happen naturally, more residential development to take place. That's what we would anticipate.
Could I add to that a little bit?
Yes.
The Economic Development Agreement obligates the developer to submit a phasing plan, which, outlines the phases that they intend to build on the property that they own. Now that can change. They can submit an amended phasing plan. But another thing that the phasing plan requires is that at each phase, they must submit a development plan as well. And the development plan shows, what they specifically intend to build, the plans associated with that, the budget, and the evidence that they have the financing in place to do it. So that's one protection that we're built into the EDA, so that it doesn't, the city doesn't end up with a half-built something, right? Because they have to show that they've got the plans in place, they've got their stack in place, and they're ready to build on this certain day. And just by way of reminder from the presentation, there is a start date and an end date. And the whole $650 million investment that's contemplated in the EDA must be completed by a date certain, January 31st, 2032? Oh, got it. So that's kind of those parameters that speak to a little bit of the financing question that you asked.
And then I also was curious about like remedy for breach of contract. Like that would mean we would just not give them the TIF money because they didn't do X, Y, and Z. But that still stays in a fund that doesn't go back to the general fund for us, correct?
There are remedies in that economic development agreement. And I guess probably the quickest remedy is we go to court, and the remedy is for them to be ordered to finish what they're obligated to do. The ability to say, nope, the tax increment revenue stops may be a hindrance to being able to finance the $230 million construction project up front. But there will be remedies in the economic development agreement to make sure they build what they say they're going to build. And if not, there will be alternative developers that come in and build maybe something that looks like the balance of the plan, phase 2, phase 3, maybe something completely different, but that would be up to council to consider. The one thing you have is the PUD document goes with the real estate. It doesn't go with the builder, and the PUD document, it will be one of the things you consider in 2 weeks to adopt.
Okay, those are all the questions I have for this evening. I look forward to an FAQ on our website. Thanks.
Thanks. Yeah, most of these were just asked by council members Grant and Holman, so I'll just recap a couple things. So if the city were to issue the debt and carry all the risk, then the overall project cost would be closer to the $280 million, not the $600 million. Is that what I understand?
The upfront cost would be similar. I would think over the, if the Norman Tax Increment Financing Authority went to the market to borrow $230 million over 25 years with interest, it would still get up to $540 million over the life of the TIF. So I don't think that part would change much. Under the new county trust, it would be financed as a tax-exempt instrument, much like we would seek tax-exempt financing on, but we got an expert lady sitting with us right here at the table.
Anthony was shaking his head. So.
Yeah, I think to your question, and to reiterate something that I mentioned a few minutes ago, the project plan itself would have the project budget at the $230 million, $280 million, whatever that right number is, and would allow for the costs of the financing and the issuance. But the budget number would be significantly lower.
Okay. And the reason we've chosen to go with this model of developer finance is to avoid essentially the city carrying the risk on the note.
That's correct.
Carrying the loan.
That's correct.
Okay. So having said that, I'm just going to ask one time, is there any financial risk to the city if the developer defaults?
No, if increment is generated, the Tax Increment Finance Authority pays it as assistance in development financing.
Is there any legal risk to the city if the developer defaults?
Let's see. No, I think the response to that is the same.
Well, I'm sure I'll have a lot more in the next 2 weeks, but most everything was covered, so I won't take anybody's time tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Hinkle.
This may be a question that's better directed towards the county, but I'm curious if anyone here can speak to it. Is there an example of the types of management companies that are being looked at by the county trust to manage this potential site?
The OU Foundation has already talked about a potential operator of the arena. They, and yes, there are several. There's a company that operates the Paycom Center, for example. But I believe it's Legends is the firm that they have been at least consulting with so far.
Thank you. And then there's been some questions about with the University of Oklahoma being the anchor tenant with men's and women's basketball and gymnastics. Within that management company that will be booking events, are there any idea of what other types of events we might be looking at to fill the other 70% of the year?
Again, there's been public discussions about the sorts of events. I mean, concerts, graduations, rodeos, they are in that, so that's why you want a third-party operator. They're in the business of attracting those. I don't think they'd turn much away. I mean, they're in the business of filling that arena.
And then in regards to the things that are protected from the tax increment financing with public safety, Norman Forward, public transit, and the guest tax, any future shortfalls to the general fund, if those are identified as coming up, could those funds be potentially used to offset some of those issues in the general fund, or would it?
No, each of those is an earmarked sales tax voted on by the people, and just as we would have a separate apportionment fund for the TIF, we have an existing separate fund for public safety sales tax, public transit sales tax, and Norman Forward sales tax.
But, Mr. Francisco, please correct me if this is inaccurate. As there are future demands on your general fund, if they are not satisfied through existing sales tax resources, demands that currently come to you for a general fund solution that are public safety sales tax related, Norman Forward related, or public transit related, they will have extra revenue identified through this process. So it may result in future reductions in demands for those same services. We know that if public transit has greater demands than federal transportation dollars or grant dollars will support, it comes to the general fund. And we would love to say that won't be required any longer from new public transportation sales tax dollars generated from the 1/8 cent collected in the TIF district. And there are just a whole bunch of variables that we would look at every budget development cycle, but that's exactly how we would evaluate them.
Is that accurate?
That's accurate, yes.
Okay. Is there anyone who can speak to what type of development might happen in this area if the 90% covenant isn't lifted? Like what potentially we could naturally see develop there if we don't have an arena type project?
The existing plan unit development anticipates economic development, industrial projects. It anticipates 6 Emmys, if you will, and that sort of development. It was always, in the 2006 project plan, it was always envisioned that there would be this large economic development job driver that would come into the north half.
Okay. Thank you very much. The rest of my questions have been asked already.
So going back to the question regarding no risk to the city and the city taking on the risk. So if the city were to have taken on the risk, does that mean that that would have ultimately been GO bonds that would have gone to a vote of the people?
Not necessarily. The vehicle selected, we were on that path as part of the original discussion, primarily because that's the Norman Tax Increment Financing Authority did borrow the money in University North Park in the original. So that was a familiar model for us to follow. And it was just through conversation and reliance on our professionals that we identified what we thought was a much safer path for the city of Norman. But council could have chosen to incur the debt and retire the debt through tax increment. That would have been perfectly acceptable.
Going back to the question about ODOT, so what has been the discussion with ODOT and what is the, getting slip ramps, what is that dependent on?
We recognized in the original I-35 corridor master plan, there was no indication that Rock Creek would generate any attention or any investment from the folks at ODOT until this conversation started. Then the slip ramps appeared as part of that I-35 corridor plan. And If this project goes forward, city staff would engage ODOT and help identify the priorities in that I-35 corridor plan. And it's very likely that a big traffic generator would help reprioritize ODOT's investments in cleaning up several of the interchanges on I-35 through the metro.
Okay. When did this conversation happen? Because that's not what was brought up in the May 16th meeting, when the question was asked by one of the members that serves on the Planning Commission.
I haven't been involved in any conversations with ODOT. We recognize that there weren't slip ramps. Now there are. That wasn't driven by the city. It was, I think, driven by recognition that a project is proposed. And there wouldn't be a need for us to go have that conversation with ODOT unless and until a project is approved. And that would initiate a series of conversations.
So do we have any assurance that that is actually going to happen, or is that just dependent on getting this project approved and then a discussion is going to happen?
Yeah, there are absolutely no assurances we're ever going to get from Oklahoma Department of Transportation on when or how much they would choose to invest on any given project. But we do recognize that this could be a demand generator that may be unmatched in that I-35 corridor.
Now, flipping to the Economic Development Agreement. Oh, do you
If
have
I
an
may,
answer?
I would just remind council of the Rock Creek overpass. And very similarly, you know, ODOT did not have that on their plans. But this was development agreement number 2 in University of North Park TIF when the developer of the convention center, which we now know as Embassy Suites Conference Center, said, well, we would really like to have a Rock Creek overpass to serve this development. And let's make that a TIF project, okay, and pay for that Rock Creek overpass with TIF funds. ODOT suddenly became interested and said we can match some of that with the $4 million that they came forward with toward Rock Creek overpass. So as the city manager is saying, in many cases, and certainly in our history, the priorities that are set by the Oklahoma Department of Transportation respond to project demands. We see that with the Highway 9 West project serving Riverwind, okay, the same sort of thing. You know, where there is demand, where there is the, you know, newly generated traffic demand, ODOT changes their priorities.
Okay, thank you. So now a question related to the Economic Development Agreement. Should be as easy yes or no answer. Will there be a cannibalization clause in it?
I don't believe there's a specific cannibalization clause, and we talked about the issue being their understanding was the level of development that they are intending to create. Number one, for office, they're not going to build spec sort of offices. It's going to be built to suit.
Can you get a little bit closer to your microphone?
Sure. They're not going to build spec offices. It's going to be built to demand. So they're going to have somebody already signed up to occupy that space before they build those. And then my understanding with regard to the retail, they believe that the square footage for rent that they are going to be requiring or they're going to be charging is going to be significantly more than any place you could get in Norman currently. So they believe that that will result in there not being any cannibalization or any significant amount of cannibalization with regard to currently existing businesses. So there's no specific provision in there with regard to cannibalization, but there is an understanding that the way this is set up is to sort of disincentive or provide a disincentive for those types of movements in the city.
Okay. That's all I have.
I have a motion and second. Motion on the floor is to close the public hearing. I just did that. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast and the public, it passes unanimously. The public hearing is now closed.
Thank you, ma'am. The second public hearing is scheduled for September 7th. Sir, we're still going. Sir? Yeah. Sir, the second public hearing is scheduled for September 17th, 2024, at 6:30 PM. City Council will also consider adoption of the zoning items, project plan, and economic development agreement that evening. We are adjourned.
Council, we appreciate